Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, October the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, guys. Paradox. And anybody in YouTube, perhaps do the same thing. Okay, guys. So actually, I don't see too many earnings plays. The only actual, well, I see two, RF and KNX, but Sedge has been pointed out. SEDG, this is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They are guiding very poorly. They don't announce until the first, and this is dragging down, boy, this whole solar industry. I looked at First Solar, of course, 10, the ETF for solar is just been, look at this. I mean, from a high of 124. Now, this is granted, this is back in 2021. This is a monthly chart, okay? I'm going to keep a monthly chart up for a while today instead of a weekly. But you can just sort of see 10 is just drifting down, down, down. But anyway, yes, in fact, I was looking short this one in the pre-market. I was looking to take it just around 79.60, and I just held off. So it's a little pull up here to see what happens. On the month, the next low was 72.80 on the month. Okay, so we're at 80.39. Of course, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this is certainly super weak. Thank you, Casa. Yeah, I'm just, nothing is passing through my filters yet. I mean, there will be more earnings plays, of course, but nothing is passing through my filters yet. The only one that I see is KNX and RF that meet the filter requirements so far. KNX is an earnings play. KNX, Night Swift Transportation. Yeah, what's the next high looking left is around 53.58. I have my doubts about going long again. Anything today, we're in for another negative open after yesterday's up, down, up, down, up, down, and then eventually down. So some of the little ones that are up. So this LiPo, not what I thought it would be. Not what I thought it would be. Nothing to do with liposuction. Okay, so LiPo, LIPO, is up. Lots of volume. It's almost traded the float, 3.3 million in the float. And it did have some news, FDA clearance. Okay, FDA clearance of an IND. Okay, so that is, and it's through the 200-day moving average, a relatively new offering back in last December, started trading as LiPo anyway. Right at this high also, 220, 235, that high looking left on the daily. Another one that's involved with solar, ENPH. So again, being dragged. First Solar, FSLR, ENPH, all being dragged down because of SEDG. Regions are F, Regions Financial. So this is down. I mean, it's down 9%. But interestingly, WMT, which also had this is an earnings play. RF is an earnings play. No. What is it again? Just give me a moment. Wall. I keep forgetting it. I keep thinking Wall is Walmart. This is the Western Alliance, and you know what? No reaction so far. I mean, a small one, little bit of a pop. So they also, thank you, Pepe. They also released earnings after hours yesterday. I think a lot of people might have thought this was going to tank, but like RF, but nope. So far, anyway. Bull, BOWL is up. So I don't quite understand the financial implications of this, but anyway, in a 432.9 million sale leaseback deal, okay? At any rate, the stock is up right now, BOWL. The DFS also, weren't they yesterday, DFS? I haven't seen them. This is Discovery, right? Yeah, so Discovery was yesterday, DFS. So yeah, it's quite unlike yesterday, guys, where we had that earnings day column was full on both the upside and the downside. Next week, though, we will be maybe not Monday, but certainly Tuesday through Friday. Not Monday because we don't have the after hours the day before to contend with, which because most companies don't release after hours on a Friday. But next week we will get heavily into earnings season. Heavily, heavily, heavily. All right, SEDG after that little pop up. SEDG after that little pull up here. I'm going to stick an alert down here. That's the low of the pre-market. I'm going to stick a price alert right around there and see if it takes it out. Now, Baba mentioned this ULY at a pop. So it's starting to trade as ULY. So this was probably, I guess this was a SPAC that turned into ULY today. It got up to 23 or so, but pulled all the way back down. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, Casa. So yeah, it is something to do with Utmo, OTMO. Urgently, that's the name of the company. The closing of the merger with OTMO. Remember seeing this one yesterday, the OTMO yesterday. So it started trading as UTLY. So it doesn't look like really this was a SPAC. It's not like OTMO was a SPAC that bought them. So at any rate, this is where it is. A lot of volume. Okay, guys, I'll take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. If there's anything interesting. All right, we have an upgrade for Alvo. I want to see what the price is and see if it's at the upgrade price already. It's ALVO. A little bit below. So Citigroup has upgraded it from 5 to 10. That is the Alvo, ALVO. Crocs has an upgrade. Let's see if the upgrade price, $110. Take a look at Crocs, the ROX. Okay, so there's a big upgrade for Crocs from Raymond James. They're putting a 110 price target on it. I guess that would be the reason for the pop. More firms piling into Netflix, guys, with upgrades. DZ Bank today, 465. So I think that ranges from about 435 to about 530 in terms of the upgrades for Netflix. This is after it had earnings yesterday, of course, or the reaction yesterday. Take a look at Netflix, still hanging around the 400 mark. Yeah. All right, downgrades. A little late, guys. Look at Beam, been downgraded. Original target they had was 75. Now they've got a target of 20, but it's below 20. This is Lyrink. That was the huge one yesterday. So, we should be keeping an eye out for these research firms like a Culper that just destroyed that stock yesterday. Wow. Okay, guys, there are a ton of downgrades for Sedge, SEDG. Like when I say a ton, I'm talking about multiple firms, and there could be more. We've got Deutsche Bank, Goldman, Roth, Oppenheimer, Bank of America, all downgrading Sedge, SEDG. It's funny, the targets they're putting on them, they are already there. Actually, not exactly. Let's take a look at Sedge. I think it's around $80, right? Yeah. So we've got Bank of America downgrading it to 65. So a lot of multiple downgrades for Sedge, SEDG. Nova, so we're getting like the solar is just getting hammered. Nova, Run, um, First Solar, FSLR, ENPH. Tony is wanting us to look at TGIF. Let's take a look at TGIF to see what's happening with it. Yeah, and I'm kidding, of course. I'm sure you meant thank goodness it's Friday. Always amusing though, it actually does have a it does have a symbol though, TGIF. Well, it's funny. We used to have people come into the room and they go, "Good morning," but they put it in caps. And every time I'd be looking up for look at GM. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at our poor sectors after yesterday. Now, hopefully, we had that problem yesterday. It seems to be okay today. So I'm clicking on new dock channel bar. Yes, we're open. And sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, when you see 70% in red, that means that 70% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And look at tech. 91% down from yesterday's close so far, etc. But more importantly, let's take a look at them. XLE, I want to take a look at XLE with respect to its 200-day moving average. Of course, energy is still pretty strong. XRT retail still had a bit of a surge, these few days, but again, drifting away from that 200-day moving average. The blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. All right. Consumer staples, I'm sure is going to be well below XLP. Yeah, well below the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV. If we're keeping score right now, XLV, come on. Yeah, below. You can see 2 days ago it touched it, but yesterday moving away, and the same thing today. So again, if we're keeping score, the only one above right now is XLE, is energy. Let's take a look at industrials, XLI. Yeah, so industrials, it was touching the 200-day moving average 2 days ago, 3 days ago, but drifting down below it. And financials, we know they're going to be below. Financials, XLF. Financials, yeah, too bad. Again, 2 days, 3 days ago, we touched into the 200-day moving average, but now moving away. Consumer discretionary, XLY, XLY. Sure, this is going to be, yeah. So, it was on the 200-day moving average yesterday, but it is below it. It did close below it. Utilities, XLU, would be way below. It was making a bit of a run at it these days, but now moving away. And then materials. So we are only going to have three of the major sectors above, as materials moving away, and the two that are still above would be communications, XLC, and C, the 200-day. Oops. Still safely above, and then technology, XLK. Okay, so to sum up, we only have three of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average: technology, communications, and energy. The rest of them are below the 200-day moving average. Now, after seeing Duolingo yesterday, DUOL, we had that big drop yesterday, late in the day, with Google announcing that they are going to take a crack at that market in English to start. But I did read this morning that they're looking to branch out, into, of course, into the other languages. But give me a moment here. But let's see, Key Bank. I was looking at some of the price targets still put on by, I think Bank of America still has a 188 price target. Yeah, Bank of America, 188. So we will see what happens with that one to see if that was just a tremendous overreaction to Google's announcement that they're going to be entering this sort of a market. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, well, I do see that Bitcoin is having a nice little surge today. Take a look at the IPO. Here, this is up about what, 4%? Oh, only 2.5%. So, well, maybe it was up 4% up here, but yeah, still below the 200-day moving average, BITO. I know it's not exactly directly correlated with Bitcoin, but good enough for me. Come on, market. We're having a little bit of a surge. All right, let me see if anything there's that Uly, ULY, but be really careful. I mean, look at this. Up to 2350, right back down to 532. So CASA, you're usually on top of these things. I haven't checked any IPOs coming in today, especially either from Singapore or China. We had the WeBuy yesterday. I mean, it's completely fizzled out today, but it was, it depends how aggressive you were. There were opportunities to take this one yesterday. BVX, okay, BVX. You do a quick look to see what BVX is all about. RF, another new low, guys. RF regions financial earnings play today. RF. Okay, let's take a look. The calendar, BVX. Should that have been ABVX? Oh, ABVX, right. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, this is, not well, we'll see. I mean, you never know. It's certainly low enough priced. Interesting, Morgan Stanley's in on it. Where are they out of? Just like the States, probably. Oh, France. Interesting. So ABVX. So all I'm going to do is just put a price alert. And was that 20 million or so? Around $11. Excuse me. So that lets me know when it opens. Or any enthusiasm. If is it over the IPO price or is it below it? If it opens today. Yeah, I see that. The POL. I think I see the. Yeah, I'm not sure what this means. This is after hours yesterday, 270. No volume. So this makes sense. I mean, 50 times 5 cents is 250. So this makes sense that it's in this area. Yeah, the sedge is it's a massive gap down already, but with all these firms just piling into it, putting big short sales on it. Hey, moment, guys. Okay, there's the sedge. So I had a price alert. Yeah, I had a price alert set at the low of the pre-market. So it is just it's right there now. Ugh. Let's see, how many shares available? 766,000 at Interactive Brokers. The uptick rule will be in effect. Doesn't mean that you won't be able to get shorts, but when the market opens, but the uptick rule is certainly going to be in effect. Remember ICU on the way down here. Actually, there are 30. Wow, there's the Sedge making new lows now. SEDG making new decision time. My best case scenario for me, unless of course if you guys are already short, fine. Best case scenario for me is a little bit of a pull up to 80 and then the drop. I see you're posting in the YouTube room, John. Okay. Oh boy, this is getting weaker and weaker now. SEDG. Speaking of, I just talked about WBY, WBUY, little pop here. Remember the IPO was at 5, so you know what? I'll stick an alert over 5, around 521 price alert, see if it at least gets up to the IPO price again. I have a little note. I said I could have had all I wanted at 79.60 for this edge. This was earlier, 79.60, but I did not take it. All right, guys, market is popping here. Okay, we have less than a minute to be open. So typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes and I try to let things settle down. I run the risk of Sedge just running completely away from me, but we'll see if it has any sort of a pull up. It's looking bleak, bleak, bleak. All right, everybody. Well, let's have a great end to this crazy trading week. Let's see what the market does today. Market's trying to almost get flat here. We've had 45 minutes of up. Okay, I'll get rid of this. We get prepared for the open. All right, guys, we're now open, and Sedge is just tanking, tanking. Shh. It's not going to pull up for me the way I wanted it to. Graph check. What's happening with this one? I didn't see this one at all. The pre-market EAF, I think the reason is that the volume was a little bit light, picking up now. Okay, Pac W. I don't know if they released earnings, but of course this was one of the ones that got hammered down during the regional crisis. You see that month right there, but it is not doing badly. Other bank, H-band, another bank, earnings play. No, I didn't see it in the pre-market because it didn't really move in the pre-market. You know, one of my filters is has to be up or down at least 3%. But you can see where H-band closed yesterday, and so it took for them. Well, actually, 9:15 must have been the volume that I didn't see it. But anyway, there's H-band right now. Another earnings play, guys. Autolive, ALV, big pop here for ALV. Crocs with that upgrade. Crocs with the upgrade. Wow, that is really moving on that upgrade, guys. $110 by Raymond James. I don't know if they're the only analyst, but look at this up. Boy, that, I mean, that is really helping Crocs, CROX, that upgrade by Raymond James. All right, guys, listen, Duo just broke down through 150 a little bit. Oh, Duolingo, sorry, Duolingo, D-U-O-L, not Duo. The next low on the monthly chart is around 145 for Duolingo. All right, Overstock. Overstock is weak. Overstock is weakening here. OSTK weakening here, coming into maybe a support area. IPG, I believe, is an earnings play. IPG, yes, IPG is an earnings play. You know, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but boy, first I had a big pop up here, so a little bit dicey. Okay, say had a little bit of a pull up to around the 75 level, maybe the 76 level. All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye on Sedge now, maybe for getting back down to that 73 level. Watching 70 Sedge on a 73 break. Beam continues down after yesterday's devastation. Continues down. Looks like 1480 on the monthly chart is the next low for Beam. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but Coke Pop. Yeah, look at Coca-Cola going here, guys. KO. Now, this is maybe coming into some resistance around 55.29-ish, so not that far away. A couple of daily highs on the daily chart, couple of daily highs, very close to where it is now. Mosaic on the way down, MOS on the way down. This is another, let's take a look. 35.41 is, wow, there's a lot of room, guys, for Mosaic. If it takes out 35.41, look left, 33.87 or so, 30 down to 34. Well, I'm sort of getting that pull up on the sedge, SEDG. All right. Um, Duolingo, DUOL, kind of still eyeballing it here. 140, still underneath 150. All right, what's the market doing? Dow's down a little, Nasdaq down a little, SPY's down a little. So far not huge. Nothing's down in a huge way yet. Hewlett Packard, weak, guys, on the monthly chart anyway, 1433. So a little bit of room on the monthly chart through the 200-day moving average. HPE showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I didn't say I like I didn't, no, I'm just pointing out that Overstock was moving down. I didn't say I like it as a short, just was moving down at one point, but you look at the pop. Remember, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes typically, so not that I like it for a short. I'm just pointing out that Overstock at the beginning was weak, but it has popped up. I'm talking to Marty in our YouTube room. Schlumberger, SLB, looks like this. Look, I mean, look how erratic though. Big pop up. This is an earnings play also. SLB is an earnings play. Okay, market is trying to actually go positive, trying to go positive. Well, I'm glad. Well, maybe I'll get my wish now for the Sedge SEDG. Let's see if how well it does at 80 if it gets up to 80. Comerica, CMA is another earnings. Yeah, Comerica, another earnings play, another bank. Next low looking left on the monthly is, yeah, it still has some room, around 35 or so. U. This is not uranium. This is some instrument, yeah, or security instruments, yeah. Triple U on the move here, guys. But $3 looks like it could easily block it. Not that far away. This is actually showing up on my daily reversal scan. Okay, WAL is weakening, guys. WAL is weakening. Western Alliance. This is an earnings play. It really was kind of neutral in the pre-market. The next low looking left is 43.87, so it's very close. If it takes that out, the next low underneath is around 42 and a half, 42.60. So Zion was an earnings play yesterday, another bank, Zion, and it is continuing down, guys. Boy, on the monthly chart, 26.73 is the next low looking left. All right, ULY, guys, ULY. So it resumed, it was halted, resumed. Okay, nothing much happening here. Zion continues to move down, guys. Zion, ZION. Again, I see this area is moving ARRY. Well, okay. I'm just going to say I don't trust this market bounce. So look what's happened. Big topping tail. Okay, guys, Flex just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Through the 200-day moving average, has earnings next week. 24 break could really get it rolling. Again, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 1973. So I wish it weren't so close to that whole number of 24. It may not matter. So far, bouncing off 24 so far for Flex, FLEX. Okay, watching Flex here, guys. I want to see if it has a big breakdown through 24. I might take that short. We're 15 minutes in, so I'm just waiting to see if Flex has a big breakdown. A lot of volume, 17 times normal. It's a big float. Put an alert just underneath 24 for Flex. Well, that's a big bounce for Sedge. That's about a $7 bounce. SEDG, about a $7 bounce from. I think it got down to about 73, the low. Well, that's why I hold off. It's that simple. Okay, guys, let's see if the Flex works here. I'm just watching the Flex. I'm hoping it gets into the 70s anyway. All right, I have a winner anyway. Flex, guys, just covered some. Yeah, I just covered some. See how much further it can go. I mean, I'm not saying, there's the monthly chart. I better bring up the weekly chart just to see. Yeah, so 2344 is the next low on the weekly chart for Flex, FLEX. If it can somehow take that out, then that gives me my monthly candle down here. Nice call, Grumpy, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it, so. Yeah, that's one heck of a bounce for Sedge at CDG. I think it's about a $10 bounce now. Come on. Even more. I mean, this got down to It's 72.36. So about a $10 bounce. Yeah, about a $10 bounce right now for Sedge, SEDG. All out of flex, guys. So again, no, I'm not seeing well, other than the flex right now, I'm just not seeing tremendous continuation yet. Excuse me. Duol over 150 again. I think what I'm going to do is put an alert at 153 for DUOL. And that looks like that's the high in the pre-market. And just see if this is, again, a tremendous overreaction to the Google news yesterday. Thank you. I normally try to mute myself when I have a little cough. All right, let's see. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play, but one of the again, I want to call this a regional bank, Hartford. The next low looking left, 70.27. Not that much room on a percentage basis. Potential corporate action over the weekend with like what sort of? I mean, it's bankrupt, right? Or are you following all the conspiracy theorists, Alex, about Bed Bath and Beyond? Oh, I'm just curious. I mean, I do follow it. See all the theories about it. iClean. Oh, this is okay. Clean energy ETF. Boy, don't normally see this. Look at the market, guys. Look at this market. Man, what a bounce for Sedge. I mean, I have to see if this is going to have. I mean, this is what I wanted, but I didn't think it would bounce this much. I was kind of hoping we'll get into the about 80 and then fall from 80. Well, Alex, if you are in that one right now, I wish you well. Okay, if you're in the BBBYQ or whatever, wasn't it supposed to turn into butterfly or something like that? At any rate, if you're in it, I wish you well. Yeah, Grumpy, you're talking about Overstock though, a long time ago. The rights to the name by Overstock, yes. Absolutely, Alex. It is absolutely an interesting story to follow. So spec, what the heck is this one? Is this a SPAC? Is spec a SPAC? Just got halted. All right, so I'm going to keep watching Flex now. I want to see if it takes out the low of the day. I'm not in this anymore. It's a nice quick short for me. I'm going to take a look at put a price alert down here. See if it takes out that low later. It's through the 200-day moving average on the weekly chart. You can see what it did actually. 24, yeah, 24.47. So if it can take out 20, in fact, I should put an alert right around 23.41. See if it can take out that 23.41. And then underneath that is a big, big drop, potential drop. I'm not saying it's getting down to 2041 here, but you look at the weekly chart for Flex. Shady and AMWL. Oh, this is an AI alert too. Yeah, I mean, I wish you well. I just look at this 120 area as a potential area that it could stall, but obviously I wish you well. Well, this one had a heck of a is having a heck of a week, isn't it? This MTC had a big, well, look at the week. Actually it started on Friday. No, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, so sorry, this is Monday. So what a week for this MTC coming from 55 cents to 260 to almost $3. China stock. All right, so RF now is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. RF, my 10-day daily breakdown on the weekly chart. Yeah, well, it could be some support around 14. I'm just looking at my weekly chart here. The low is down here, right around 14. So it's almost there. Well, AMWL did hit $1.40 after hours yesterday. Don't know why. Healthcare contract when for the U.S. military. So that was the reason for the big move after hours for AMWL. Well, let me take a stab at pronouncing that name. Alicia. How's that? Alicia, good morning. How's that? On a scale of 1 to 10? 9.5. Okay. I'll take a 9.5. Slumber, excuse me, guys. SLB continues to make its way down. Excuse me, maybe coming into a bit of a support area around 57. There's a low on the daily chart right around 57. So maybe a support area. If that doesn't hold, then man, underneath, you've got 54.75. So we're in a very choppy environment still, guys. Topping tails, bottoming tails on the SPY. We still don't have a great trend in the overall market. So, making it difficult. And the bloom is wearing off on these small ones. So it's not like you can say, well, okay, just concentrate on the small ones. My time is gold. Wow, we got a couple of new people. Welcome. By the way, if you're new to the room, welcome. Nice to see new people. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You must be over in Europe somewhere. My time is gold. Lugano. Well, you either speak English, Spanish, French, or German, or some some variation, or all of them, all of the above. Ozark, guys, OZK is another earnings play. Wow, I mean, just this is still positive, barely. Look how choppy these things are. I mean, it's just look at the market. Telling you, I mean, with these earnings plays, it's hard to commit because they're a lot of them are just kind of following the market. No, I don't. I don't really run the races anymore. Legal kind of reverted back to real time alerts. Not that I don't, nothing wrong with them, but I just, I'm just more comfortable with the real time alerts. Now, ISR, that's a really expensive one though, right? ISRG, like a really expensive one. Yeah, 250. I know it's an earnings play. Well, legal, it's just a matter of having too many things to follow. Okay, so I had to make a choice between races or real-time alerts. I'm trying to cut back on the scans that I've got, so I just had to make that decision. Which do I like better? And so, back to my back to my roots. KNX is an earnings play, but again, I just don't have any faith in these. I mean, it's still up 11%. It's an earnings play. It's pulled back from 55 down to 50. I mean, this has got some room, guys. This Trupanion, TRUP. You look left on the weekly chart, and the next low is 1977. So, over $3 to the next low. Not very. The volume isn't great though. I mean, the relative volume is fine, but the actual volume is not great. Oh man, so the flex. I mean, it gave me a nice quick trade, but certainly no huge continuation. Again, very choppy. Now look at the market. Will that 420 come into play today? Well, actually, yeah. So that 200-day moving average has moved up to 422, a rising 200-day moving average. Yesterday was around 420. So we're getting perilously close to that 200-day moving average for the SPY. A lot of people will be looking at that. Monday and Tuesday seem like distant memories. Monday and Tuesday, for me anyway, were fantastic days in terms of trend. It's not so much, I'm not talking about how much money I made or didn't make. It was just that a lot of the things that we were following had beautiful trends one way or the other, up or down. And then Wednesday hit, and yesterday, of course, was just a disaster, up and down, up and down. And I mean, it's the best trend so far has been Sedge on the bounce. All right, guys, RF now is below 14. Wow, look at that weekly chart. I mean, it's right there, 1394. So it's a little bit below that weekly low. This is approaching those lows during the that whole regional bank crisis that we went through for 2 weeks. Okay, so it's almost at that low. Well, it is at that low. Well, I bet you 10 is moving higher too. So if you want to, yeah, I mean, look at this. So yeah, the solars are definitely having a bounce, led by Sedge, SEDG. Still negative. I mean, 10 is still negative, but this is the ETF for the solar. So, if you wanted to, if you thought solars were going to keep running, or if you thought, they reached a peak, you short this. Boy, there's a classic reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I mean, I'll be honest, I almost took this at around 74, a little early. I wasn't going to wait for the first 15. I thought, man, with all those downgrades, but I mean, it's still down 25%. It's not like it's not great, but it's great from the 72.36 that it was. All right, guys, I'm wondering about Duolingo right now. Duol, Duolingo. There's the high in the pre-market is 153 approximately. I mean, it's almost there. I mean, again, this may be just a big overreaction to the Google news yesterday. It reminds me a little bit, when Spotify was dead, when Apple did something, and Spotify is not dead. But look at this market. Oh my goodness, we're getting close to that 200-day moving average. Look out below. All right, guys, regions is still moving down. All right, guys, sorry about that. Not my favorite beer, just because, don't stereotype me, Taurus. That is not my favorite beer. Shoot, HPE now is starting to move down, guys. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown a little bit earlier. 1492 is the next. I think I'm a little late. I just don't know how much further they're going to go, of course, but there was the alert at 1569. It's at 1543 now, moving with the market. No, no, you're still trying to stereotype me, Taurus. I have mentioned my favorite beer many times here. There's only one. See, the problem right now that I'm having is that, some of these shorts look interesting, but but they're following the market too closely. And with this market, it could turn on a dime. And so that's my problem. Now let's see. I mean, this is so critical. Can it hold that 200-day moving average? 422.11. I'll do. I'm just going to put an alert right down there. Well, Schlumberger continues. Aha. Okay, so for those of you who could not get into the trading room, if you're using a VPN, you might have to turn off your VPN. You can get into YouTube, But if you want to get into the main room, okay, guys, you might have to turn off your VPN. Which I know you may not want to do that, but okay. So this just opened. This is an IPO today, ABVX, 20 million shares, $11. So kind of right at the IPO price. Morgan Stanley and some others are behind this one. VPN, virtual private network. If you don't worry about it. If you don't have it, if you don't know what it is, you don't have it. All right. Well, let's keep an eye on this one. If it takes out 1160, tough environment to do an IPO. Really tough environment. And by the way, if you're new to the room, you can ask me questions all day long. Okay. Don't feel you're interrupting me or anything like that. All right, I've been trying to short the region, but I cannot get it. There's lots of shares available, but this uptick rule, I've been testing at 1388, 1389, 1387. I keep my bid in there, but I'm not. They're not giving me a fill. 19. I mean, there are tons of shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, almost 20 million, but it's this uptick rule. Stock is down more than 10%. So no, I don't make any recommendations of when to buy and when to short. Okay, I'm not a financial advisor in that regard. Okay, with the flex, if you were here earlier, I think you were because I think I saw you in the pre-market. What I said was on the flex, I wanted to take it if it broke down through 24. Okay, I'm not telling anybody else to do the same thing, and that happened. That happened here. Now, the flex is getting interesting to me again. I mean, it's the next low looking left on the weekly is 2038. So, I mean, the idea is this. I mean, you have to have some kind of a trade. Just not just talking to you, Arvin, but I mean, you have to have some kind of a trading plan. So when I'm talking about certain stocks and looking at certain levels, think of interest, you might look at the same thing and go, "No, I don't like it." Okay, which is fine if it doesn't meet your trading style or plan. I've been talking about Duolingo, right? DUOL. I will be interested if it can somehow take out the pre-market high. Doesn't mean I'll pile into the trade if it does, but you see, I have a price alert. If you can see my 15-minute chart, well, even on the daily chart, there's the pre-market high. Right there around just around 153. So I put a price alert there. If it hits it, okay, if it hits it, I want to know about it. Doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade immediately. I want to see the pattern it's coming from. But if it does hit it, I want to know about it. Now, if that doesn't make sense to you or anybody else, then fine. Did you, Paradox, have a great time at your race? So what Real is saying on the with the RF, and he's not saying it's going to get down to 1281, but based on I guess some fibs, etc. He's looking at an area that it could get down to. I mean, for instance, I know Shady is liking this AMWL, and I'm not against it. It's just that when I look at it, I see some, for me personally, I just see too much resistance. So yes, it's an AI alert, but I look at this area right over here. So I mean, there's a Shady and I have different trading styles, and that's fine. So now let's take a look at the SEDG. Maybe it has run its course on the rebound, and take a look at the VWAP 79.87. Now that's far. It's pretty far away still, but I'm going to stick an alert below those two candles, 81, and see what happens there. I mean, maybe it's bounce off there, but see, look what's happening with the market now. See, I think RF is trading with the market. I mean, it's an earnings play, but it's trading a little bit with the market. So if that puts in a green, I mean, it's a barely a green bar here, but look what it's doing. Let's take a look at D now, guys. There's the 200-day moving average, 1127. Will that hold it? Yeah, you're right about I was going to say T-Mobile, AT&T. Earnings play yesterday. It sold. I mean, it sold off from its highs, but still way above the close of the day before. And continuation, yeah. Now you would think that this is coming into a lot of resistance right around that 16 level. Okay, around that's for T, a little over that 16 level. Look at the weekly chart of AT&T, and there's 16 looks like it could stall it. Well, Katie, all eyes certainly on that 422 level for the SPY. See if we can hold it. So Suncar Tech, okay, SDA. Again, to me, looks like there could be a lot of resistance right around 12. Oh man, look at this. So, okay, that was a little glimmer of green, but now it's red on the SPY. This 15-minute candle still has 3.5 minutes to close that 15-minute candle. Oh, look at this MTZ. Holy smokes. Water and sewer line. Okay, that makes sense. Not a lot of construction. So, MTZ, look at this straight down on the weekly chart. I mean, this stock has been basically cut in half since July, end of July. $120, $61. Okay, finally, one under the whole number, BKU, Bank United. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Yeah, but just, I don't know. I mean, I just don't see enough room looking left. Again, when you hear me say that, I'm looking left on a daily chart. If I wanted to take this short, I want to take a look to see where is the next low on the daily chart, and it's just too close. I mean, it's look at all this on the daily chart. Could be some support. So what I'm always looking for is, let's just say I wanted to take this short at 22, and I looked left, and the next low was down here at 20. Say, okay, it's got some room to run until it hits the next low. Not saying it's going to ever hit that next low, but I just don't want any chart resistance in the way. But other reasons why I wouldn't keep going down. But what I don't want to see is any support if I'm trying to support close to the price if I'm trying to a short. And flip the script. If I want to go long, I want to be able to look left and see a lot of room where it could run until it hit the next high. I mean, that's why I don't take many trades, because they don't set up well enough for me. I mean, I click on the alerts. I have to click on the alerts because I don't know what the chart is going to show me. See, even the RF just could not continue down, even though the market is moving down. Not yet, anyway. All right, guys. Sedge is SEGG. Well, this triple U did move a bit, but again, choppy. Look at topping tails, bottoming tails. Hard for me anyway. Very hard to hold a trade like this. Where are you going to put your stop? And plus, I looked left, and you got some action right at 295. So even though it was showing up, on my daily reversal. All right, so Sedge now is at least breaking down below those 2 15-minute candles. Well, not breaking down. It's at the level. All right, keep an eye on some. Some had, even though it's a big red bar, but it was still above the close from yesterday. It sold off like most of the stocks in the market. Now it's below the low of yesterday. SUM. Yeah, the volume is just a little light though. Shoot, 189,000. Relative volume is only 0.98, meaning it's basically trading normally up to this time of day. And the 200-day moving average, 32. It's a dollar away. Ah, man, I wish there were more volume. Yeah, I just don't know how dynamic it'll be with that volume. I mean, the volume is picking up a bit, but I mean, the sum looks awesome because it's got about a dollar to the till the 200-day moving average. And then if you could somehow take that out, okay, guys. Well, there's my use of price alerts. And look at the Duolingo, DUOL, at a price alert set. Look what it did. Almost got up to that alert a couple of times. I never anticipate. In other words, I don't say, you know what, I think it's going to take it out, so I'll buy it right now because I think it's going to take it out. I never do that. Now, if you on Friday, today's Friday, Andy will be in our YouTube room. He is more of an anticipatory trader than I am. He will do things like this. You know, he'll say, I think it's going to take that out, and he'll try to get in a little early. He has a stop, of course. I just never do that. Man, look at that topping tail now for some. I mean, it's just, I don't know if that, I don't know really. Well, that probably was. I mean, the volume came into some. Look at that. The volume did come in. So H band is still down for the day. It is an earnings play. Huntington Bank shares still down for the day, but is making a market high, not a pre-market high, but a market high for H band. What does that mean? I don't know. I just don't, how is it going to continue? I mean, 10 to me looks like you could stall it. I want to take a look. So TQQQ, of course, I don't trade ETFs, but I just want to see what this looks like. All right, MTC, sure. Why not? Let's take a look at MTC. It's obviously had a pullback. Pulled back. Just a fabulous week. The stock that started off at 50 cents got up to almost $3 today, up to $3 today. Six times. Just didn't care what the market was doing within reason, but you still see there were bottoming tails and topping tails. So it's it was easy just to hold on to a trade like this. So you're contending with the VWAP pull. You probably maybe you do or do not know that 269. All right, guys. Well, I should have a nice promo code today. And I don't want to call it a flash code, but I'm going to put it in here. Yeah. I don't know how long this is going to last. Maybe only today, guys. So you want 30% off? We don't often do a 30% off. So put my homepage in, homepage link in, show you all the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I am sharing. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Who good. So you'll be at the top here. So don't use that promo code, Barry15. You can use over the target. I just put it in there, over the target, all in caps. And you'll actually get 30% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And I don't know how much longer that, I don't know how long that is going to last. Okay. So over the target. So don't, you'll get 30% off the first month only or the entire year. So a great opportunity actually to try us for a month. If you don't like it, you just tell us. And then if you did want to take on an annual at 30%, as long as you do it before 30 days, we'll honor that 30%. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you have to do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, the download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. I'm going to talk a little bit about the test drive that is coming up. And this is, don't have to be a subscriber to take a look at this. If you're going to take the test drive, you at least do this. Spend 30 minutes to understand about what Trade Ideas is all about. If you're going to be taking the test drive that starts in about 2 weeks from now. And I'll give you the link in a couple of minutes. So, new to trading, Trading 101. This is a series of videos. I think it's very beneficial if you take a look at this if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is our education section. Again, if you're going to take the test drive, you can take a look at our user guide. You don't have to learn everything, of course, but you might, there's the getting started again, but you might want to, what I would do, take a look at alert windows, top list windows. You might want to look at stock racing and price alerts. But certainly alert windows and top list windows. That's the whole basis behind Trade Ideas, okay? There's the getting started again. Now I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time when the other trader takes over from me. And today's Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy while I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So, only a couple things here. So all I ask is this: if you are eventually going to take out a subscription, just please use my promo code. So what you can do is you can either just come into the room or save my link, save my homepage link. You'll get to this page. Again, today you should use over the target, all in caps. You'll get 30% off. But if you do take out a subscription, please use whatever code in my room because it'll help the room immensely. It'll keep the room free. It's that simple. This is a free room, and we like to keep it that way. The way to do it is to take out a subscription eventually. If you're going to do that, just use my code. Okay. And last, if you want my scans, so you click on my homepage link, and right here, the set in the middle section, here are the scans that I'm sharing. Guys, that sedge looks interesting, really interesting now. SEDG through the I don't know if it's through the it's nearing the VWAP. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay, these are basically showing me the gappers that are up and the ones that are down. Halter zooms is over here. Abnormal option activity is here. And the momentum scan is here. So these are the ones that you can see. I have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't put them all on the one window. I don't want to overwhelm. So, but here they are. Here's the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. Not too many alerts. So I don't, so you can pick and choose what you want. Okay. I have some other scans that I am sharing. You can kind of pick and choose what you might like. So the question you probably should be asking, yeah, 30% off the entire amount. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, no, there's no Mac download. This is a PC-based program. We do have the web-based version, and we're trying to improve on it so that eventually, but when that time is, I don't know. Eventually, the web-based version will be the only version, but that's a long time off because there are certain limitations with the web-based version. Number one, you can't practice trading using this brokerage plus, but the other one is that we can't link. So linking meaning that when I click on an alert, any symbol that I see, I can click on it and it loads into my brokerage platform. I use Interactive Brokers, so it loads automatically in there, and from there I trade it. I click on a lot of symbols all day long. It would be a real pain if I had to type the symbols into the order entry. So right now on the web-based version, there is no linking. You cannot link. I don't know what has to happen, but I'm not certainly not a developer. I mean, look at that RF. I mean, look at the reversal on it, and this. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, this reverse without the market. I'm somewhat surprised. So, if you took one of my scans, for instance, you might say, "Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing this Momo. What is it though? What does it do? What's it all about?" So, all you have to do is you load it, and then you right click on Configure, and then Summary. And this is going to tell you what the scan is looking for, and that goes for any scan. Okay, you just basically right click and configure and then summary. And that'll tell you in English language what the scan is looking for. I've said this many, many times. There are a lot of screening programs you can buy out there, and this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. Of course, we can screen. That's what basically our top lists do. But what we're really, really good at are real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that any stock met all these filter values and made a new high was Triple U at 1041. Since then, it's now 1047 Eastern. Since then, there's not been any stock that have met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So that's how it works. That's how it works. So if you saw this scan and you like the concept of it, but maybe you want a different price range. So you can take this. I mean, understand, this is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be exactly what you like to see. Maybe you want a different price range. Of course, you can change it. Maybe you want a different minimum volume, or maybe if you get used to using trade ideas, maybe you see a filter that you wouldn't mind adding, or maybe you take one out. Okay, it's up to you. This is what I call a template. This is what I like to see. And I am a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or near the low of the day. Now, you could take these. You might say, well, I don't mind the idea, because remember now, what this is showing me are stocks that are behaving abnormally. Big relative volume, good volume typically. So they're behaving abnormally. But you might be somebody who looks at this and goes, well, I'm glad I can see this triple U, but I would rather take it if it pulled back to the VWAP 272, or maybe a moving average that you like. Okay, so it'll help you identify stocks that are trading abnormally. But again, maybe you're more of a pullback trader and would rather take it on some kind of a pullback, and that's fine. I'm not a big pullback trader, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be. But that's why you have to develop your style. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So this time, when I click on the alert window and I click on configure, instead of summary, I'll click on search. So when you see these icons, these are all the real-time icons that we have, real-time alerts that we have, starting right at the top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I scroll down a bit more, these are, when you get to these icons, these are the filter icons. So again, do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. If you're going to take this test drive and you think, man, how am I possibly going to learn all these? You don't have to. It's like any other software program, you pick and choose, the things that you might like. You can kind of scroll through and see, that might be interesting. But if you don't understand it, you've never seen it before, you don't have to learn it. The reason why we have so many is that, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there, thousands of customers. So we had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers if they want to create their own scan. So again, do not get hung up on how many we have. Excuse me, how many we have. So I'm sharing scans, and if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels, and there are scans in here also. So if you don't want to build any scan from scratch, you don't have to. You can probably find something that you might like, and then you can, again, make adjustments, maybe to a different price range, maybe a different volume, things like that. Now, I've been talking about the test drive. Okay, so I just put the test drive link in. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on November the 6th. So that is now You'll actually have access to the program 2 Fridays from now, okay? That's the Friday before November 6th is the Monday. So the Friday before, you'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes so that you can play with the program for the balance of Friday and over the weekend. Please don't come into, if you're going to take this test drive, please don't come into the test drive not knowing anything about trade ideas, okay? Take it seriously. I know it's only $11.11, but take it seriously. That's why I was saying you can take a look at the getting started, the 10 short videos. That'll get you started. So it does cost $11.11, and that is for 10 trading days. November the 6th to November the 20th. That is 10 trading days. Important to know, first of all, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? Please don't harass our poor support people and say, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? Understand that it doesn't start until, you won't get live data until November the 6th, okay? And if you can't start on November 6th, but you can start on November 7th, then you'll get 9 days of the test drive. Okay, it's not 10 days from whenever you start. It's a fixed period. Now, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? We don't put you into a subscription. We used to do this 4 times a year, once a quarter, but we're not doing it as often. So I think we only had 3 this year. This will be the last one, of course. So good opportunity to try us out. And this room is like this. It's the same Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Here to answer questions, help people understand how to, well, understand. I don't want to say how to use trade ideas because there's no one way to use trade ideas. That's why we have all these different filters and alerts. All depends on your trading style. All right, guys. Now the next step is here. If you're new to trading, you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. It's as simple as that. This big blue window is called Brokerage Plus, and you can load it. Now, one thing about I just want to talk about the test drive. You'll have access to the full premium service, okay? Except, and please listen carefully, there is no auto trading allowed. So if you're only in it because you wanted to take or try out auto trading, there is no auto trading. I'm not a believer in auto trading. You never hear me talk about it. But if that's the reason why you thought you might want to take the test drive, then don't do it. If that's the only reason, okay? So this window here, this brokerage, excuse me. So that we call this Brokerage Plus, and you can load it from our toolbar. Click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. You may have different column headers. You can pick and choose what you want. Let me just do one thing here. Now, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. You have to be using the downloadable application if you want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data, so you can practice trading using this window that we call Brokerage Plus. So when you load it, it'll probably say not connected. And so you'll notice there are 2 options underneath the Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says sim. Click on sim, okay, for simulated trading, paper trading. And the not connected it should change to simulator. Now, if it doesn't, if it says account, just click on it, and then simulated trading default will pop up, and then click on it. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. And it's very simple to do. You just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. This is a quantity box. You can either pick from this menu or these shares, or you can, of course, put in exactly the number of shares you want. This is the bid ask. You can go in, if the spread is only a penny, you can go in at the market, you click buy and then send. So let's just do one. The definition of auto trading is, well, literally, if you had a strategy and you turned it on, and again, this is a super advanced, most people never do it, but I'll explain it. For instance, if I said I want to auto trade this stop this alert window right here, every time it saw an alert, it'll automatically take the trade automatically. Okay, without my doing anything, it would just automatically take the trade. Highly recommended not to do it. Okay, I mean you can put so that's that is the definition of auto trading. You'll never, ever, ever see me do that. I will always want to click on the alert. I'll do a quick look, to see what I see on the chart, check to see what the SPY is doing. If I think it's something that's going to follow the SPY a little bit more and I want to go long, why would I do that? Right? And then I can make up my mind if I want to trade it. All right, guys. So WHLR, this is moving here. The next high looking left looks like it's a little too close, 167. I mean, listen, if you told me it was going to get to 167 from 142, great. But just I don't know it's going to do that. Or this SPY, guys, is just getting right near that 200-day, isn't it? 422.11, 422.41. Remember if you were here in the pre-market, when I looked at all the major sectors, there were only three sectors that are above the 200-day moving average. That was energy, XLE, and communications, XLK. I'm sorry, XLC. Excuse me, and technology, XLK. The only three of the major sectors. The other six, and I guess if you add SMH and real estate, every major sector is below the 200-day moving average. But the SPY is, it looks like this doesn't look good today, guys. All right, guys, I'm getting a little bit itchy here to below the VWAP now. 8010 is the VWAP. 8010 is the VWAP for SEDG, SEDG. So I am really getting interested in shorting this one. It got down to 79.66, so but it's sitting right on the VWAP now, 8010, right on it. And if you're wondering why a lot of us focus on the VWAP, could be a support area. Okay, it could be support, and maybe it bounces off it, but if it takes it out, that could signal a potential short. There's no 100%, unfortunately. All right, guys. Well, I took it. Let's see if it gets back up to the VWAP. I'm out. Took it as in Sedge on if it gets back up to that VWAP. I'm out. That's another recommendation to do the same thing I'm doing, but remember, this is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They basically guided very poorly. That's why it's down so much. But it had a great bounce. Yeah, let's see now. So I'm just having to watch it, guys, a little closely. Okay, the VWAP is at 88, around $80, so that'll take me out. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. So I'll take a look at it again, see if it takes out the VWAP again. I was in just under the VWAP, so I was in at 79.70 on the short, so no big deal. So I'll put another alert underneath the VWAP and see if it takes it out again. And in case you wanted to ever practice shorting, I mean, a lot of you I know don't want to short. Let's just do 100 shares right here. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I'm going to click the sell button and send. And so I'm in the short at 80.11, 100 shares. That's how you do it. Again, this is in the simulator, okay? All right, guys. Well, it's been a fairly fast morning, even though I've really not seen too much on. I really want to trade. I did okay on the flex. I mean, that was okay, but nothing fabulous. The flex short, FLEX. Well, you can see so far, anyway, the SPY came within about a dime, I think, of the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys. Still going to keep an eye on this edge. Okay, later on. Now, you can practice swing trading also using our simulator. Excuse me. So if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, so if I had a series of trades I was in, first of all, if I had a series of trades in the simulator that I was in, I would just highlight. And if I wanted to get out of a trade, I just highlight the one I want to get out of, and then click flatten. That gets me out of a trade. I could get it at half my trade, or I could double my position. These are just, some very, very minor hotkeys. And if I don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, then that's how I can practice swing trading. So you can practice swing trading, okay, using our simulator. You start off with $100,000. And if you get out of every trade at the end of the day, then the next day it is reset to the 100,000. Okay, guys, I'm struggling here again to find anything that I really like. Oh, look how, man, Poe, I think you got probably knocked out, didn't you, of the MTC? Look what happened. Got down to 238, and then it just popped right up again. MTC. Okay, ARM bounce candidate. Let's take a look at ARM. Hmm. Boy, well, it's not surprising. Below the IPO price now at 51. Remember these days, guys? It seems like years ago now. Remember, everybody's so excited about ARM. Got up to released that day, got up to $70. Big, big, huge IPO, big major names behind it. Lots of money it raised. Nope. I do remember some firms, some analysts saying, even on that day of, or maybe the second day, they put a $44 price target on it. Huh. Oh, I hope you hope you're not watching. I think Poe had this on a pullback here, and I think he got stopped out though. And now look at it. That's what can drive you just absolutely crazy. All right, guys, here's another one that has been active, of course, ACXP. ACXP, it is trying to break out. The next high looking left is 597, low float. I'm surprised this was not halted. Yeah, another well, here's the IPO today, guys. No bueno. I wonder if it's no. I was wondering if it was shortable today. Like the arm was shortable the first day at Interactive Brokers. Very surprised to see, but yeah, typically an IPO, typically at most firms, you will not find shorts available. Maybe, if you have something like Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, especially Centerpoint, you may have shorts available, but this is not shortable. Yeah, I was just going to say that. No shorts available for me either at Interactive Brokers for MTC. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring back a scan here. So I brought back this. I didn't have it up and running. This is called bouncers toppers. Okay, so if it's in blue, so you look at the CAMT. What it's looking for are stocks that have been beaten up, and then either put in a new 5-minute high, I think, and maybe but you have to watch the market. I mean, most of these are going to be so dependent on the market. And then PM, if it's in yellow. So look at PM. Wow, Philip Morris. Now I'm going to have a tough time going long this one, guys. Tobacco company. It's a personal thing. But what it's looking for perhaps is a top where you can short it. So I think I'll keep this running for a while, the bouncers toppers. I can't remember if I have it here, my homepage. I used to have it on here. So I don't have it, but if you want it, I can give it to you. Okay. Just have to ask me for it. Bouncers toppers. Bank of America has a price target of 112 for PM. Philip Morris. Boy, look at the Sedge SEDG, just hanging out at $80. Meanwhile, MTC just made another new high. So very few stocks in the breakout, but there was one MTC at 951. That's not. Excuse me, that's well over an hour ago, and the price was 248. So if you kept with it, watching it, what was the news on this one? Was there any actual news? Receives non-compliance. That's back in June. Yeah, I can't remember. I mean, this again. I have to. This was a 50-cent stock. And where could it go? I mean, it's way look at the lifetime range, 1.7, so this is in the range right at the very, very, very bottom. So let's take a look at a monthly chart. I think this was a split. Yeah, obviously this was a probably, well, maybe not. I wonder if it just stopped trading as this in 2010. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. At any rate, when you look at a monthly chart for this one, looks like the next high is 829 on the monthly chart, and this is back in last year, last about a year ago, a little over a year ago. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but so this is your alpha stock, guys. Okay, it doesn't care what the market's doing. Okay, really, it hasn't cared all week what the market's doing. Meanwhile, RF after that. No, I'm sorry. I thought it was moving down. No, it's still moving higher. Give me a moment, guys. All right, watching Sedge right here again, underneath that VWAP. Let's see if the second time. So you don't see any news on for MTC at the beginning of the week either, do you, William? I don't see anything. It's a China stock, but so what, right? This is KNX, guys, is continuing to move down. It's still positive for the day, but it has been giving it up most of the day. Still positive. It's an earnings play, still up nine, almost 10%, but it is, fading. $4 now, MTC. Unbelievable. Oh, are you still here? Or are you howling at the moon? Oh, at the open for look at this. Can't chase it. I will not chase it. I will not chase it. I will not chase it. I have to keep telling myself not to chase it. Yeah, I see it, real. I do see it. Actually, I'm no, I don't see it. See, not on mine. It didn't even get close to the so, of course, those are my filter values, so or my values. So I don't see it. It never got close to the that upper line. Yeah, that again, that's on yours, of course, not on mine. So come on. All right, guys, 11:23. Ah, look out here, guys. There's the SPY. 422.25. Remember, 422.11 is the actual 200-day moving average. And there it is. I previously mentioned not knowing I don't think, not me, I don't think so, JT. I don't think I mentioned GCG at all today. I can't recall it. Well, I don't even see it. Are you sure that's a symbol? GCG. Not today, a while back. Well, okay. How while back? But I don't, are you sure that's the right symbols? GCG? I'm putting it in here. I don't see it. Oh, CGC. Okay. You're talking about canopy. Oh, okay. I know what you mean now. Yeah, because I hadn't seen any of these cannabis plays for so long. Yeah, you're right. I was surprised to see was that underneath a dollar, number one at 50 cents. Yeah. I see what you mean now. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that MTC now, as Real says. Hope nobody got caught. Do not, if you're in any one of these, you know, it's funny. This is not a low float. At least we don't have it as a low float. Let me just check another website. That's a pretty big move with that float. Yeah, I mean, in fact, this other website has it as 198 million in the float, double what we've got, a little over double what we have. So I don't know what to say. That's hard to believe it has that float and it moves like that. Come on, crack, and you know what I'm talking about. Thing is though, Ori, I mean, I'm not saying obviously probably if you have Centerpoint and some of those brokerages that specialize in having shorts available, but I think the average broker does not have shorts for this one. Wow. Okay, well, the 200 days sort of held on the SPY, sort of held. It did hit it, but it's bouncing off it a little bit. Oh no, did that get halted on the way up? Because I know it's no it. Oh, I thought you were talking about the ACXP. But this is halted. Yeah, this is halted on the way down, or did it have a pop? Ah, excellent, Salvatore. Have a great weekend. Yes. All right, guys. Well, finally, I've done something okay now on this edge. Nothing huge yet, but okay. That's what I wanted to see. Big break of 78. Oh, okay, guys. Well, here we go. 422 now. Excuse me for the SPY. All right, so I've covered some of this edge now, guys. A couple of things. I'll be taking my break in about 30 minutes, so I won't be able to hold this during my break. But so basically, made back well. My first loss was very minor. Did okay on this short, but I'm holding on for it to a bit. I'm hoping to get a bigger collapse than this. Poe, I thought of you. I thought of you. I kept asking if you were here, if you were in the room, because I know you went long on that pullback, and then you got stopped out, and then I saw this, and I was asking Poe, "Are you still in the room?" And then this. Yeah, that's when yeah, I mean, that is when trading can just get it can drive yourself crazy, can't you? I mean, you had it. It was just a little early. And this was straight up, okay? This was straight up, excuse me, from about 260 straight up to almost 5. I don't think there wasn't much of a pullback until it hit there. Of course, it fell, but oh well. There'll be another one, Poe. There will be another one. I was gonna, you're gonna homeschool a boy now. Yeah. Uber Kids. Isn't there an Uber Kids? All right, guys, it is 11:34, and Andy has just confirmed that he will be in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes or so. Before I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. I think it's a good idea. Excuse me. We have 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday. We have 5 different traders who take over for me between 12 and 1, and they all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea. I have my own trading style, but they all have their own. They also share other scans. So I think it's a good idea to head over there and listen to another person's perspective. Now, Andy and Steve, who is on Thursdays, they are more swing traders, and I think they're going to tell you it ain't easy right now. People are, we get so many requests. You have a good swing trading scan? No. Well, I don't swing trade, but I mean, it's incredibly hard, to find a swing trade. Yeah, this is a serious dump and halt now. Well, Poe, I know that you would not have bought it and it was working for you and then took your boy to school. Okay. I know you wouldn't have done that, right? Because you could have come back to this. So again, just a word for the from the well, word about, I am surprised how big this float is, but typically, you get moves like this and the float is usually very low. The float meaning the number of shares available to trade, 84 million. I mean, it's not crazy high, but it's certainly not low. We see floats of, under a million, and that's when you see them go absolutely crazy. But you cannot wander away from your computer even for 5 seconds. Okay? Literally. I don't know how long that took, but that drop from 4 down to here, but you cannot wander away if you're in these some of these crazy ones, okay? I am not on mute, I'm just not talking. Okay? This is not the radio. All right, come on, Sedge. Big collapse. The Wheel of Fortune. Big money, big money. Why are you guys talking about Schwab? Is that because Thinkorswim is being absorbed finally by Schwab? Isn't that been in the works for it seems like years now, or TD or whatever? Well, the SPY yesterday, though, of course, we had, excuse me, at 12 o'clock. That's when Powell was talking. So, I mean, that's why it was absolutely crazy from between 12 and 1. And then you're right, this is more orderly. Well, let's see where MTC could open. So, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. So, there's the halt at 203, the potential open at 210. Now, this is a 5-minute halt, which it could be if it is a 5-minute halt. This will open at in about 20 seconds. 11:39 plus 55 seconds. So if it is going to be a 5-minute halt, so actually I'll keep it up here and see if that happens. This 210 doesn't have to open at 210, but so 3, 2, 1, open. Yeah, there it's open. So and again, this is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm gonna have to do this. All right, guys. Let me just do one thing here. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:44. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking my break. All right. I'm pulling for your poll. Let's see what it is now. Now, you must have made some money on the first. Well, okay, you made some money on it. That is an ugly. If this holds, this is going to be one of the uglier topping tails on a daily chart. Okay, so this is halted. Yeah, so this is halted again. There's the MTC halted at 175. Potential open around here. There's the WHLR, guys. WHLR, another new high. The next high looking left, it's approaching it, is 167. Well, it's right there. If it takes that out, the next high looking left is 208. So there is some room. This is a very, very low float. That's what I was talking about before. With that WHC or MTC, it's got a lot of shares in the float. Anywhere from 84 to 170 million. This has got 609,000. So I mean, if you took this trade, you can't even blink. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in, so you can Andy is not there yet, but you can head over and listen to Andy when he gets in there in about 10 minutes or so. So this is the YouTube link. All right, guys. So there's the what did PM do? Did it? I'm sure it must have fallen. Okay, guys, I'm out of the sedge. Out of the sedge. So it was okay. It wasn't beautiful. It wasn't fabulous. I was really hoping it would, even get down back down to the 70s, but or 70. Here's the market bounce, though. Here is a market bounce. Yeah, WHL is on the move. Just be careful. I mean, look at the bottoming tails. Okay. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Again, the next high is 208. If it can take out 208, then the next high is 313. So I mean it's on the move. But again, that float, 609,000 in the float. What does he like about Joe? Maybe just the story. I mean, he says he's got just a little bit of it. Maybe just the story. I mean, you're right. I don't see just the story, and hopefully the story finally comes to fruition. Now look at that sedge now. Well, that's why you have us. Why I had to keep watching it. It's trading like a penny stock. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Now, also a word about money management. So you notice that at one point I was up $222 on that short for Sedge. This is in the simulator, okay, on 100 shares. And I let it get back down to being only up $24. Okay, that would not be obviously good money management. So, not saying you're going to get out right at the very bottom, but as this was, I mean, this could turn around and collapse again, but this is for me, it's a good gauge. You don't want to see a max P&L of say 500, and now you're only up 23, as an example, in any stock you're in. And you'll see that when I exit this trade, you'll see I also have the column distance from the exit price. This tells me how good is my exit. So if I were long something, I would want to see a big negative number, right? You get out and then it drops, and that's what you want to see. So this is basically moving with the market now. SEDG. Almost mimicking it right now. I mean, look at this green bar, little green bar right there, little green bar right there. The 15-minute candle before, of course, a red bar. So this is basically mimicking the market to a certain extent. All right, guys. I think somebody had NMG earlier. NMG. So NMG just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. Now, the issue I have with it, of course, as always, pretty close. There's little areas that it could stall on the way up to 3. Okay, so I'm looking at a couple of these bouncers toppers. So there's the TCOM, 3262. So it has bounced from the alert was at 3243. And let's see what the CAM-T did. Again, you would think there's going to be some bounces now with this market. Yeah, 49.14. That was at 11.05 though. I mean, that was almost an hour ago. All right, guys. So I'm anticipating Andy will be here in about 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes. I keep I keep looking at this Duolingo, thinking it's going to break out one way or the other. A very tight range for a $150 stock. All right, look at this market, guys. Look at this market. Basically defended the 200-day moving average. I mean, it got into that area of the 200-day moving average, but basically kind of defended it so far. You can see right there, there's the blue line is the 200. It's a rising, for a long time, the 200-day was sitting around 419, 420. Wasn't really rising, but now this is a rising 200-day moving average. And it got into it, and so far it is trying to hold. But we still have another 4 hours left in the market hours anyway, till 4 o'clock Eastern. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Well, I'm sure Run just followed Sedge, didn't it? With so many of these stocks that, any of these solar stocks probably, come on. Uh-oh. Don't tell me we're Oh, good. Actually, run is wow, it's very choppy though. Very choppy. I think Andy's going to be late. No, I see. He's having a StreamYard is the streaming program that we use is not picking up his mic. So an MG guy is getting closer to that 3 level, or was close to the 3 level. I just think it's going to stall there. Well, no, I'll wait for Andy, and he's just trying to get his mic working. Well, I'll definitely be taking my break. There he is. I just heard a little pop there, Andy.
Hey Barry, can you hear me?
I can. Can
Yeah,
you?
I just had to reset it. Sure.
Isn't that fun when that happens? Well, you know what the problem is that, the mic works forever for months and months and months. And then when it doesn't, you forget, well, how do I fix it? Because it's not like, you're doing this every day or even every week. It sort of works forever and then it doesn't. How do you fix it?
Exactly, exactly.
So,
Sorry, I had to make sure I was shut down the audio in YouTube. Anyway, Barry, how's it going this morning?
well, I've been, not bad. I was really hoping to get a huge move in Sedge SEDG on the
Yeah.
way down. Did okay. I shorted it twice. The second time it worked okay, but I was really hoping for a huge move down. That got hammered in the pre-market. A lot of analysts are hammering it, but other than that, though, I'm just not. I'm sort of frustrated not finding like tremendous trends in a lot of
Yeah.
things that I follow. That's my even as a intraday trader. I know you're probably pulling your hair out trying to find swing trades,
Oh man,
but
yeah. It's
because it's I
brutal,
don't know
brutal
how
right
you
now.
how you would even do it.
You don't, and when you do it with very, very little size.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've definitely bled a little bit over the last few weeks, but
I
yeah,
bet. Yeah,
it, it's just got you got to make sure it's a small bleed. That's a nick, not a big gashing wound.
exactly. Well, you know what? We can look forward to sports on the weekend, right?
There you go, man. There you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
my friend, I will let you
All
go. I'll
right.
be
Yeah. Have a
back.
good break, Barry. I
Can
got
you
the
go to
full.
one, or do you
You
have to
bet.
leave
You bet.
early?
I can. Yeah. The full
The full the
full
full
hour
money?
or
Okay.
even a little more. There you go.
Okay. Thanks,
Have
Andy.
have a good one, buddy.
Okay,
Am
bye-bye.
I sharing my screen? Let me see. Let me make sure I am sharing my screen here. All right. Can you guys see my screen and hear me okay? Sorry about that. Yeah, I had some mic issues and yeah, I just had to unplug it, plug it back in. Hi Bill, how are you? Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, yeah, not doing a whole lot in this market, that's for sure. Yeah, you know what, Patrick? I've every time I try gold and silver, it never works out. The trade of the week, I'm surprised some of these stocks they just for whatever reason, well, I'm sure there'll be a reason. Well, it finally got a little bounce there, the NXC. But yeah, this is a metals play that really hadn't. I guess it's a metals play. It says uranium. Okay, I did not know that. I thought it was making maybe a gold and silver play. That was the trade of the week. It was a beautiful setup, but just not. Not acting right. All right. Let's take a look around at the market. The spies trying to bounce off the 200-day moving average. Looked like they were putting in a nice little bounce, but backing up here again. Taking a look at the Qs. I think the Qs may be in no man's land right now. Let's take a look. Nope, they have that level down there. Some nice little pivot level there in the Qs. Trying to get a bounce off that. And IWM is the one that's in no man's land, and it's not looking healthy at all. So that one is breaking down, and really, I guess you could look back over here and say maybe some support, but not much. That IWM. Yeah, you know what, I haven't traded oil, oil stocks in a long time, and every now and then Steve will get me to dabble in gold or silver. I don't. If you want me to put an end to that silver and gold run, just have me buy something. I can promise you that'll be the top. All right, taking a look around. Man, it's just, I mean, even the watch list. Let's see this W on my watch list. WAFU uh, looked like it was setting up there. AU was on the watch list. There you go. There's a gold stock that was performing well this morning. Now bleeding off a little bit. And then KNX was a earnings play that see that a lot with earnings plays. I don't know why in this market they gap up as much as they should. Very similar to Netflix yesterday. They just gap up. That's why I don't usually play a lot of earnings play. They just gap up, and then just slop around for the rest of the day. See that quite a bit. Now, when we get into the heart of earnings season, you can probably find some because some days you'll have 50 companies to report. So you'll have there's some that'll definitely run. I know Barry's good about keeping an eye on the earnings plays. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe an end of year rally. We'll have to see, but have to see what happens. I'm surprised. The spies. It's a true testament of the weakness we're experiencing when you had three really hard down days like this, and you can't get a bounce at a critical, not only support level but a key moving average. So, boy, if we can't hold this level, watch out below. It could get ugly. Oh, good, Peter. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, that's a great book. Great book. Good. I'm glad you're learning. That's what it takes. Until you can read a chart, because a chart is just basically a picture of human emotions, and uh, it can tell you a lot about what the masses are thinking, and so yeah, stick with it. And good thing about candlestick charts, it applies to every time frame. So it's not like you have to have different uh, patterns for a 15-minute chart or the daily chart. They're pretty much, candlesticks are universal to all the time frames. What do I think about a meta short? Yeah, you know what? I had alert go off in that this morning. Uh, yeah, you can see it there when it broke down, bounced right back up to it. Uh, Not bad. It does have kind of a pivot level right here where my alert went off and went just below it and popped back up. So yeah, if it can't reclaim this 15 period moving average. Is probably going to trade with the market, but yeah, if it does a bar reversal here, that's not a bad. Somebody held a gun to my head and told me to take a position. I'd probably have to go short. So, oh, that's yeah, yeah. That's Steve Neeson. Of course, my favorite trading book of all time is, and it's not charting. It's more of crowd psychology, is a reminiscence of a stock operator. That's a classic. I think every trader has pretty much read that one. All right, let's see. Let's take a look. Let's see. I need my computer to shun my trading efforts as of late. Yeah, need to throw my computer out the window. At least unplug it. I'm one that'll always, nibble, and I'm not a big short seller. I mean, I will occasionally hedge and be short. Unfortunately, I'm not short now, but uh, at key levels, I always try to, maybe dabble a little bit and picking some bottoms. But boy, Friday, I'm just not feeling it. I got one small position in this PLTR. I mean, I made on my bounce today. I made some money. I actually came in long and got stopped out this morning, and then I kind of watched it, and I'm like, "Wow, this is getting overdone." So I kind of jumped back in at 15.92, but boy, it's about to stop out of that too. Just ugly. So I took off some profits on that bounce, but like I said, that position was me coming in long today because it was holding up pretty well, and then it got stopped out and then got back in. So it's kind of messy trading, but not doing a whole lot at all. Matter of fact, these are my only two positions. In the first couple hours, you're not in chat, hard to multitask. Yeah, sometimes it's hard. I mean, the chat room's great. Great, Barry has some great ideas. But for some people, it may not be your style. So yeah, I could see why you might not want the chatter going on in the background. Yeah, you never stop learning, Peter. You always, and the reason you can't stop learning is because you have to have the ability, to adapt to the current market conditions. That's what's tough. I mean, you can learn one style, but boy, if the market's not conducive, to profits in with your style, then yeah, you have to adapt. Or if you're a swing trader like me, sometimes you can just back away and not do anything. Wait for your pitch. Yeah, good question, Marty. Are you more likely to trust a capitulate type candle for a bottom more than other candles? I like, you know, the problem with swing trading is you need to look at daily candles. It's like this PLTR. It had a nice little wick up there and was bouncing, but who knows how it's going to close? It could, as a matter of fact, I'm going to stop out if it breaks 16 again. Uh, who knows how it's going to close? So back in the day, back when I started trading like 25 years ago, you would have some incredible reversals during midday. You know, it doesn't with the advent of uh, high frequency trading. I don't know what it is. You don't seem like you get those midday reversals anymore like you used to. It's always like overnight move. It's kind of frustrating at times. Yeah, yeah. I definitely understand that. Dionysus, if you have your own style and the way like to trade, and yeah, extra chatter in the background could definitely affect that. So I hear you. I'm the same way. I like to leave me alone. I'll find my stocks. Yeah, that's still a possibility, Patrick, that we could have a nice little hammer and off the 200-day moving average. Sometimes in a market like this, let's see, I got us 250 and two hand, but you probably got this is probably full of stocks today. Let's take a look. This is just stocks that are crossing their 50 and 200. And like I said, look how full this thing is today. Just gosh, you hardly ever see that. MMYT went through its 50 ABR. It's a nice one bouncing off its 50 and its 10. A lot of times you can find some nice. There's that. There's Netflix trying to hold on to its 50. Anyway, is that because more people trade futures? See, I know a lot of times. No, honestly, Marty, I think it because they were trading futures. A lot of people are trading futures back in the day. But I have just noticed since around 2008, and that's really when high frequency trading started getting really big in the industry. And I just noticed bottoms anymore were not, capitulation. Snap on alert there. Probably set that up for some reason. And drop that down to those two moving averages. That might be interesting. I really think it has a lot to do with all the algos and high frequency trading. So in other words, uh, there's so much gaming going on in the intraday action of the market that it can't move like it used to when you had these big turnarounds. I mean, you would have turnarounds where the market would be down 500 points and finish the day up 500. Just incredible moves, And I guess occasionally you might get those if it's news driven here, but nothing like we used to see back in the day, and that was always fun catching those big reversals. I'm trying to think of a stock recently that bottomed. You get lots of different patterns. Sometimes you'll get those long, drawn out, kind of nice rounding bottoms. I know Michael Noss has an alert that he built for rounding bottoms that may take 2 or 3 months. And they just kind of put in a base and they just kind of round and turn back up. And then you have the ones, like Meta back, and I caught the bottom in this one. Of course, I did not make anything like I should. I still should be in some. I caught this, Meta down here around 90 or 89 or something like that. Uh, and see that one, that wasn't a rounding bottom. That wasn't a flattening bottom. It just kind of get turned and kind of a V-shaped bottom. And so you can, as far as the overall market goes, typically you'll see like a V-shaped, because that's when all the sellers get kind of washed out and the new buyers come in, and of course that brings in everybody, and you get a nice pop off lows. So typically the market is kind of a now when I say a V-shaped, I'm talking about nasty, down 30% markets over, say a 3 or 4 month period. Uh, that's when you can get the V-shaped one. Like this, I don't consider this to be a bottom. So this could be, we're nowhere near, uh, in capitulation, phase right now. I mean, we're basically just, if you scroll out, and it's not, man, it's actually, it's kind of a bullish. You got some in the longer term. You're still holding your trend line. You're still above your 200-day moving average. Now, I'm not telling you, obviously over the last 3 or 4 months, it's been bearish. It's a very bearish tape right now for sure. But you look at the big picture, all you got to do is put in the weekly, and you can see it doesn't look that bad at all. You're still above the 50 in the weekly. Got a nice level. Yeah, that we could. That's a beautiful pivot level, and that's right at that 420 level. So, or just yeah. So we could be there. We could be getting near in a bounce, but I'm going to put an alert right here anyway, just in case we get a drive down below that 420 and hits that 50 period. Okay, markets. Let me look at some of these big boys to see which Netflix. Netflix had that such a huge move. Uh, Amazon's in no man's land. Sorry, guys. Just kind of this is where I think you probably look for some opportunity. Oh well. All right. Christine, I'm transitioning from intraday to swing trading. Not a bad idea. Yeah, I know how I day traded for 17 years, so I know how tough it is. Bought ISRG after earnings last night when it dropped down to 250. Would it be good one to hold longer than today? Okay. Well, if you didn't hold it longer than today, then you would be a day trader. Let's see. ISRG, but you're right. It's a position trade. So, wow, goodbye. Uh, yeah, that's actually a strong uh now the grand scheme of things, you're down below its moving averages. So feels like it's at highs now, so it's showing intraday, it's showing relative strength. That don't mean it can't change. I'm not that familiar with their earnings or anything like that, but uh if it were me, this is one where I would definitely sell half at some point. I'm not saying do it now, but let's see. You got the low that it's hitting right here. Okay. So let's just do this. So you got a low. So it's running into some resistance right now, and that's that prior low going back over here. So you want it to get above there. Okay. Otherwise, there's a very good chance that it could just, pull back and do what we call a doji, basically open or uh, pull back and close exactly where it opened. And so that's a tough one. I don't know how much size you have, it's all relative. But for me, if I were taking a shot on an earnings play that gap down, I would want it to get above new highs pretty quick. Okay, because if it doesn't, there's a good chance it's gonna pull back. So obviously, I can't tell you what to do. I can just tell you what I would do in this situation. And there's nothing wrong with banging out half. And then that way it gives you a little leeway. You got 15 points in it. Gives you a little leeway with your second half. Market's still having a tough little time. Ascending triangle, Dionysus says, in gold on the monthly, and SPY is setting up to a pullback play, possibly for a double top breakdown after a vertical run. You talking about the SPY is a double top? You talking about it back? Definitely SPYs in a downtrend. They're making lower highs each move. Yeah, I'm afraid to start looking at gold. Afraid I'll buy something. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Christine. Uh, no, no, I'm not. I'm not. As a matter of fact, all I'm doing right now is, looking for, oversold bounces. That's the reason I bought PLTR. Just thought it was overdone. You got the markets down 0.75%. And this thing really took a hit down over 6% this morning. So I was just looking for a bounce in that PLTR. No, I'm definitely not looking, if we do get a nice bounce and some things. If I do buy something and they work for me, yeah, there's a I may definitely scalp at least half, maybe even more, and hold on to a little bit. But I'm not really excited about taking a lot home. Yeah, we could definitely be setting up for a meltdown. Like, it's not looking good. I mean, spies right here. You're basically, uh, looks like it may want to test that 420 level, especially if it can't hold this 200 day. But I just know this market's good at frustrating shorts, and I could definitely see a bounce a day, and making the shorts hold on over the weekend. We'll see, but I don't know. I can't, I can't see a lot of people getting excited about buying longs, other than maybe a scalp bounce. Oh, Chad. Let's see. You've seen my Trader Eye videos. Yeah, I didn't do one today. And typically I won't do one on Friday, unless the market is constructive to the bullish side. And I and honestly, I've been saying, every time I start those videos, just be real careful. Don't feel like you have to do anything. I still like to look for setups, uh, but yeah, it's been ugly for setups lately. But I do use what's called my eye homework, and I've showed this, and I'll definitely share this with you. But I look at that towel zone here. That one's holding up very well. I've been in this a couple of times and scalped it out, but that's holding up well. Only one in there though. Is So I use this one mainly. Nice setup, and another one called Sweetness. Sweetness has been really good one for me. It's very similar to the nice setup. See if there's anything in there. No, it's looking for certain setups, and they have to be kind of bullish, so you're not going to find a whole lot in there. But nonetheless, uh, this is a good one, and I'll share both of these with you. And I go over the mains. One I focus on are nice setups and sweetness. And these over here, I'll look occasionally, but in a bear tape, these are kind of bottom fishing ones, so they could be very difficult when you're in a bear tape. And this one right here is just stocks that are above all their key moving averages, so you can find some very nice ones in that as well, just by looking. It's a nice little bottoming tail on that one. So anyway, let me share these with you. So if you want to, and typically what I'll do, I get up early in the morning and I'll spend about 45 minutes just going through all my scans, and then I'll put them in the swing trader watch list. Here's sweetness. Oh gosh, I loaded it instead of saving it and sharing it. There you go. And I'll also share the trader's eye, that docked window, the eye homework. And those sweetness and that nice setup, those are really, can be good to look at during the day as well. I like to do most of all my homework, obviously, before the market opens, but occasionally I'll pull it up and see, what stocks are in there because that pattern will develop sometimes a lot during the day and you can find some good ones. Yeah, I'd like to go up for a couple of years too. To be honest, the bull markets are so much more fun. But the thing about it is, when you do get these nice, drawdowns, I mean, some of your uh, best profits are when you do, get that stocks get beaten up and you can start nibbling in, and can be some nice profits. You're welcome, Lord Bright. Ever since you left PlayStation, you hopped on the trade ideas. All right, getting a little lift in some of these things. That snap, probably a gift down there when it sold off. Wish it would have come down to those two moving averages there. I definitely would have bought it there. So I'm not gonna. RBLX. This actually looks good. Looks real good. Except when I go over here and see this gap down. But the last 6 weeks looks good. I'm always scared after these gap downs though when they get back up to that level. A lot of times they'll fail. I want to get back in my Lee at some point. It's it's been my best trader of the year, but yeah, just under pressure right now. All right, PLTR, have you back through that? No, you're not up to that 20 yet. Take a look at the big boys right now. See if Netflix went positive again. Barely. Amazon not get much of a bounce. That's an ugly chart too. Let's take a look at Armageddon. Yeah. Look at some of the ones that's turned positive. There's some ugly charts in there, man. Yeah, shut that down. Spy still having a hard time getting a bounce. Take a look at the races here. It's a good day in UUU. Sure, what's going on there? Hi, HS. He says, or she says, I do very well in long positions, but I am not good at shorting. Any tips in advance? It's a different animal. It is. Well, first of all, I would need to know if you're a day trader or a swing trader. And if you are a swing trader, don't feel like you have to, okay? Because it's I do very little, and usually it starts off as a hedge against my longs. And uh, okay, so you're a swing trader on large caps and a day trader. So you're probably referring to day trading as far as uh, it's a tough one. You almost have to trade the momentum, and look for stocks that can break down and go to a certain level. Let me see if I can find something that where you can, like, this was a great example this morning. So this is kind of a strange example. The chart's kind of wonky, but so when it broke through that 200-day moving average on big volume this morning, I say big volume, relative volume is pretty strong there. What I like to do is look to see if there's any significant, level of resistance, support resistance. And there wasn't a whole lot in this, it's just pretty much kind of a straight line as you see it here. So there wasn't any sort of kind of support level. Maybe one could argue about right here, but uh, that's what I like to do. And then also look for breaking of trend lines. I would love watching trend lines, and I don't know if this one is broke it, or maybe it's bouncing off right now. There you go. It's exactly where it's bouncing. So I'm always looking at trend lines where it may go, or what's really nice is when they break those trend lines, on volume, and they're, break in their trend line, plus you don't have a whole lot of area of support. That's the kind of short, back in the day when I was shorting a lot, day trading, that I would, I would do. Uh, so you want to set the technicals up, as best you can in your favor, and just not blindly short something just because it's going down. So, like just like a long position, I always tell people to focus on the daily chart. What's the daily chart telling you? Like if I was short this position, that would have been a great place to cover because that there you have it. There's your trend line, and you can see it's bouncing right off of it. So moving averages, support resistance. Well, let's just call it support for short trading, and then watch for trend lines. Watch for those breaks of trend lines. Uh, see, market's getting a lift. So I hope that helps. Let me see if I can. I'm sure there's a lot. Let's see Oracle here. Okay, Oracle this morning. That's a pretty big level that it broke out. Down from right here. Okay, and really, you don't have a whole lot. This thing could even go lower, but that $100 is going to be a psychological level. And anytime you get around a psychological number, it's probably a good place not to short or maybe get out of if you are short. But there you have it. Once it broke down below 103 level, and then the 200 day, that's a tough one though. Oh, that's just been very ugly for a long time. Take a look at RF this morning. Those are impossible. I never trade huge, gap downs like that. But anyway, I hope that helps. It's a different animal. Don't feel like you have to do it. You really don't. There's plenty of opportunity to make money, but whether you're looking for stocks that are strong, there's always going to be some stocks that are strong, gold and silver strong. Uh, Bitcoin has been strong. Or, you can always look, if you're not looking for the ones that are just falling out of bed like that, you can always look for stocks bouncing up into certain areas like moving averages or bouncing up back into resistance and looking to fade. That's another way you can play it. But, I'll be the first to tell you that shorting is not easy. Okay, market getting it more lift here. Barry's, keep an eye, listen to Barry. Barry's really good at shorting, and he doesn't mind, if the stock's down 50%, to continue shorting as long as the charts, are marrying up with uh, something that'll be conducive to profits. In other words, that SC. I heard him this morning, an SCDG. It never panned out, but a lot of times these stocks, once they, even though they gap down 35%, they can go down another 10%, another 20%. So that's just what you call momentum. Ah, man, Snap was so 'cause Snap had been holding up for like the last 2 days that when we were getting this carnage, and that was just a nice little shakeout by there. Wish I'd have got my price. PLTRs continue to bounce. MMM getting ready, huh? Yeah, it's got a nice little support level down here, trying to bounce off the daily. Now that one, you talk about an Armageddon trade. You know, a lot of people would just buy that just for the dividend yield. Boy, that is, yeah, that's an Armageddon looking chart right there. Let's take a look at the monthly. Boy, that's just brutal. You know what? It's probably one of those stocks that if you just bought a little bit, socked it away, and forgot about it, in about 5 years, you'd probably be very happy. But in the meantime, it could just wreak havoc. If you got too much size, because who knows where it might. It could go down 70. I wonder why this IQ is doing so well today. If you don't know me, I love playing China stocks. You can usually get some really good moves to get back on the daily here. Yeah, just some total mess. No idea why it's strong today. There you go. Flip the chart. Yeah, you flip when you're looking at those bearish stocks. You turn it upside down. You flip it and say, well, what if this was a bullish stock, the same pattern? I would love that. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah. Buy and hold can be very dangerous. If you set through any of the, uh, it might be okay when you're really young, but you set through some of the moves we had back in 2008, 2009, and then of course the internet bubble, uh, and then even going back, and yeah, in the 70s and 80s, that was a very stagnant market. Why? And here's the thing: if interest rates keep going up, it's the same problem we're going to get in again. Because if you can stick your money and earn 5% in a Treasury bond, I mean, people are at some point, if it keeps going up, they're not going to want to risk, being in risk assets. Yeah, I can't be a fundamental guy. I've seen too many fundamentals that look really, really good, and the stock just keeps plummeting.
Andy?
Barry, you're back already. Boy,
Oh, I
time
am
time
already.
flies.
I just turned you on, and all I heard was stock keeps plummeting. That's what I heard. I'll
Somebody
go
was
back.
telling me about talking about an investment club and how they all look at fundamentals, and I was like, I can't.
Oh, good
I've tried
grief.
the fundamental game, man.
Yeah. I mean, maybe in the long run, we use our stock scores and all that, something over
Hmm.
80 in the long run. But, you've got to be able to, I mean, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, you still have to have a stop if you're swinging, even if it's for a
Hmm.
long, long swing. Even if you put your stop at the bottom of a monthly candle or something like that, that's not even safe right now. So,
No, no,
it's
no.
just very hard.
It is very hard. We were got talking about how they just buying and holding, and I said, well, that can be difficult at times. And we're talking about the crisis in 2009,
Hmm.
and of course the internet bubble, and then going back to the 80s, the 70s, late 70s and early 80s, man, where gosh, the market was stagnant for like 10 years, man.
Well, and it's the old thing. I mean, I remember when interest rates were up, well, in Canada anywhere, like at 20%.
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm
so
saying.
why are you going to put money in the market?
Hmm.
You can just let that, if you got cash and
Yeah.
you don't have to buy a house, you don't have to buy a car,
No.
okay? Then you just put the money and leave it in cash without any risk.
Yep, exactly.
And you're absolutely right. That was the 80s. That was
Yeah,
the 80s, wasn't it?
that was totally the 80s.
Yeah.
And if they keep going, if they keep creeping higher, of course, we're a long ways away from that. But you never know, Barry. You
Well,
never know.
Andy, I mean, I look at this and I say, okay, 8% more. Now, had you asked me about 8% mortgage rates for a 20-year or
Yeah,
25-year term, if you'd asked me that 15 years ago, I said, fantastic, sign me
yeah,
up. So it's all relative.
it
It's
is.
just
It is
what we've been used to in the
exactly.
last 10, 15 years, I guess,
Hmm.
with, basically zero interest rates. But anyway, I see the market bounce a bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, getting a little bit
Yay.
of a bounce here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. All
but
right.
you got big plans this weekend? Mm.
Let's see. We take our dog in to get her groomed. That's number one. So, is that a big plan? I don't know. That's not a big
Hey,
plan.
it
No.
can it can be. Yeah,
It can be. Yeah. We
yeah.
have to actually drive an hour outside to find our groomer. So
Wow.
it's kind of a neat little, well, it's a groomer that we've been using for probably 15 years and
Okay,
she moved. So, it's only
gotcha.
once every 6 weeks to 8 weeks. So, it's a little drive out there, but it's a nice little town, so we cruise around there.
Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
You
And
make
after
a
that, I don't know. Hope my
make a day of
Seahawks
it.
win.
Yeah.
That's about
Oh
it.
yeah, you got your Seahawks.
Not my
Yeah, my
Seahawks.
my
Yeah.
Cowboys are off this week. So,
Hmm.
but I am enjoying the Houston Astro and Texas Rangers in baseball. You probably don't
Yeah,
you
we're
probably don't watch a
digressing.
lot
That
of
was one
baseball.
heck of a game yesterday. I mean,
Yeah,
if you love baseball, that was one heck of a
yeah.
game
Oh, you
yesterday. I
talk. You
mean,
must be
really.
talking about. Are you talking about Philadelphia and Arizona?
Oh, yes, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm
that's
sorry. Yes,
yeah.
I was
That
talking
was
Philly, Arizona. Yeah. No, the
that
other one
was
was a yeah, blowout.
yeah.
But yeah, no, that Arizona Philly game, that was an awesome, awesome game.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it when the starting pitcher for Arizona and you see his record 3-9 with like a 5.8 ERA, and you're thinking, my gosh, this is the guy they have to start.
I know.
but man, did he have a game? I mean, did he
Yeah,
ever
I
have a
get.
game?
Yeah, I didn't. I saw the ending, so I guess he did. Only gave it what, one run?
No, he didn't even give up one run.
Oh wow, a
And it
relief
was
pitcher did, huh?
and it was very controversial because he was literally like 5.2 innings. Okay, struck
Hmm.
out nine, had given up two hits, and they pulled him out,
Oh
and there
man,
was nobody on, nobody on.
wow.
And well, I don't want to say the word, but the analytics,
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know, it drives me crazy.
I
So they
know.
they yanked him out. Luckily, the guy, and then so the guy comes in, the reliever comes in, walks the first guy, and then he got a ground up, but then he did allow a run the next inning. But anyway, analytics drive me crazy
Oh yeah,
because he only
yeah.
ate 70 pitches. That was it. I'm sorry, guys. I know we're talking a little sports here, which is way more interesting than the market right now. So,
True.
in my opinion, anyway. Okay, my friend. Well, listen.
All
Have a
right,
great
Barry.
weekend.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you
do the
for
same.
spelling me.
No,
And
no problem, man. You deserve it.
yeah, I know I do deserve it.
You
I
really
do
do.
deserve it.
You
Okay.
actually you deserve about 2 hours, but don't try to talk me into staying two
No, no,
hours.
no, no,
No,
no,
no.
no. No. I'm devoted to my to the room. So an hour off is good enough. Rest my voice. It's really just a matter of resting my voice more than anything. Just to stop talking for a while.
Oh
But
heck
okay,
yeah. All right,
enough about
Barry.
me, and we'll see you next week.
Have a good one. Everybody have a good
Okay.
weekend. Bye bye.
So, what has happened since I've been gone? Other than Western Alliance keeps moving down. It's funny because we saw this in the pre-market. It was an earnings play, and actually, it was actually up 2% at one point. This is an earnings play, but ever since the market really opened, and it's not, it's trading on its own now, guys. I mean, look at the market. We're having a little bit of a bounce, and look at the market bouncing a bit, and look at WAL just moving on down. All right, just looking at some of the questions that you guys asked Andy. Okay, I'm sure he must have answered them all. Patrick, I've heard that only 10% of traders trade on fundamentals, the rest on technical analysis. Yeah, I would say that's true. I mean, the only time I'll, I will never look at a balance sheet, okay? But when a stock has earnings, you can sort of see, okay, what's the reaction? I mean, that's about as fundamental as I get. After that, if you're a day trader, intraday trader, I mean, people say to me sometimes, "How can you trade that stock? It's going bankrupt or it's losing money." And fundamentally, it's terrible. It doesn't matter. On a given day, for whatever reason, it can be a star. So well, let's face it, Patrick. If it were more than that, if it were like 62 or 70% accurate, that's all we do. We just wait for them, right? We just wait for them. We're that easy. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. This one has been on a run here, guys. This GMAB, and it's just not quite showing up in a daily reversal. It would have to get up to 30. But look at this GMAB. What a nice run it's been on. I mean, it really hasn't followed the market at all. GMAB. I don't know if anybody's mentioned this one. Relative volume of 3. I mean, Patrick, I mean, it's just like the 200-day moving average. It's an area of interest, right? So For instance, stock that goes down through the 200-day moving average, do you immediately short it? No. Stock that moves above it, do you immediately go long? No. But it's certainly an area of interest. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at maybe see if any of these only have four of these bounce plays so far. So that worked out. That would have worked out very nicely. Again, the market helps. I mean, you want to play a bounce. You want to at least get the market not against you. It doesn't have to be necessarily moving higher and higher and higher, but you just don't want to see a bunch of red candles. So you see, there's the CAM-T. So the alert was at 49.14, and so there's a $2 move. Let's see what happened with the TCOM. 42.43. What did it do after that? Yeah, so just because so that did not bounce, really. How about the DH? That's a cheap one. I should up them in 654. Yeah, I mean a bit of a bounce, 675. And on the downside, the PM, the Philip Morris, 93.20. Let's see if it yeah, okay. Now this might be 93.20. So I mean this could really be starting to move down here. The alert was at 93.20, not that far away, 50 cents away. No, nothing would make me happier than to short a tobacco stock. So, yeah, so my issue, I just don't know where it could go. Where's the 92.23? So 92.23 is the VWAP. So I mean, maybe the VWAP is a bit of a magnet, maybe. All right, guys. Let's see. Still have little that Duolingo on about a 152 break to see if it breaks like that. Remember EAF at the beginning of the day, guys? Remember EAF, EAF at 8:45? Started at 339, got up to 389. Now look at it, EAF. Shady NKTX. Let's take a look at NKTX. So he's in at 244 and he's got a stop at 235. So 9-cent stop. Good luck. Pre-market highs. Yeah, well, if it gets up close to the pre-market highs, 262 or so. Boy, look at this GMAB approaching 30 now, guys. GMAB approaching 30. That will take out the high of 2 days ago. And then after that, the next high is 33.45. Pharmaceutical preparation out of, oh yeah, right. This is this Danish stock. That's one big wow, guys, on the MTC. Let's take a look at AUM, and this is one that I disregarded a couple of days ago. Shouldn't have, but well, the next high in the weekly chart is 193. So I don't know. Do you think that's far enough away? I don't. 193, 178 for the AUMN. I mean, again, is this resistance? I mean, I can't. I'm not. I'm just saying that's where the next high is. Whether that proves to be a big resistance or not, I don't know. Of course. Yeah, it's been very choppy. I mean, look at ACXP. I mean, starting in the pre-market, up, down, topping tail, bottoming tail. I mean, it might be the high in the pre-market was 540 or so, 541, getting close to that. The high yesterday was 597. A low float, 10.5 million in the float. So yeah, I mean, anything's possible. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So put the announcement in first. Be 114, so say 124 should not be that long, but just in case. All right, so putting myself on mute now in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Just give me one moment. All right, I'm back. So you asked about volume spikes in AEHR? Probably not, but let me see. I don't see it here. So I'm assuming you just don't have the single stock window because you could, answer some of these questions. Yeah. So I mean, look, 2,300 contracts, 2,387 contracts, but that's basically normal, 104%. So that's why would not be in here. Okay. Now, what not to do, of course. I'm just leaving this in there, okay? But this is what not to do, as an illustration. So the SEDG, this is in the simulator. At one point up $222, now down $400, okay? This is probably typical of a lot of people. They think, it'll come back. I'm shorting this, it'll come back. And it might not come back, meaning, get down below that 8011 entry. So, I would obviously, if this were my real account, I actually did okay in the second time I shorted it, but would never let this happen, of course. Okay, Trevor. Okay. Now, what you can do, I mean, if you wanted to, you could put the option volume today percent as a column. Okay. So in your scans, you could have that as a column, and then you would see what the percentage is, if that makes sense. Right, so all you have to do, take whatever scans you've got, configure, right click, configure, do a search, type in option. Oops, type in option. Start typing in option, and that option volume today percent right there, that one. And then you could go show column. And then, every stock that you see, you'll see what the option percent is. Okay, well, now you know how to do it. You want to do it again? Just a matter of, file, exit, s- exit, and then it's going to say, do you want to save your layout? Yes or no? You say yes. Everything you do, every little change you make will be saved. Boy, when I last saw this one, WAL, yeah, I think it was moving down here, 43, so it got down to 42. Not bad. Ah, okay. Well, yeah, no, no, you can't. If you accidentally X out a scan, yeah, and then you say you're right. No, that'll. Well, I guess it's just a matter of being a little more careful, isn't it? Yeah. Anytime if you take not just you, Trevor, but anybody who's listening, if you take any one of my scans or you develop any of your own scans, my advice is to save each individual scans to your cloud. Okay, so you just right click. So simple to do. Right click, save or share to cloud. Click that, and then save it, and then it's in your cloud. So if I accidentally click the X here and got rid of my Momo, that's okay. It's in my cloud. Okay, not a big deal. Now, if I save this over and over again, it doesn't overwrite. When you save to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite the last one, but it'll timestamp it. So you will see the. I mean, sometimes that's not the worst thing. I guess you can have slight variations if you remember, what the variations were before. But at any rate, it does timestamp it, so you can always load the latest one. Well, that's okay, Trevor. That's okay. Just sometimes if I'm not here on my break or something, and I don't see your question. I know sometimes it gets frustrating when you ask a question and you don't get the answer immediately. So I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The other thing about and then your layout, your overall layout, you can save your layout to the cloud too. So let's say I got my layout, what I like to see. So again, save or share to cloud, file, save or share to cloud. You can click on entire layout, you give it a name, and then save it. So now your layout is also saved. Now you can have different layouts, of course, if you want. You just give them different names. And the one good thing about saving everything to the cloud is that if you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So if you've got, I'm working on a desktop right now, but I have a couple of laptops, I have a couple of tablets. So on my laptop, all I got to do is download the program, and then file load from cloud, and my layout comes up, or any scan that I've saved. So you don't have to recreate obviously everything from scratch. What about individual scans, though, Pepe? How about so? Let's say that the gentleman Trevor, he X'd out of like I X out of Momo. I haven't saved it. Is it only the layouts that are saved in the backup folder, or individual scans too? And of course, the other reason, big reason for saving everything to the cloud is that if something happens, like if something happens to my desktop and I've got to get a new one, well, pain, but everything's in the cloud. Yeah, what are you, Pepe? Humanoid. Okay, there you go. But all kidding aside, if Pepe weren't around, I know he kind of lurks most of the time, but if he weren't around, every time I've got some stupid problem going on, either A with my computer or something with trade ideas, he comes to the rescue. So we'll never take you for granted, my friend. Oh, you are more than welcome. So look at Beam, guys. Beam is trying to have a little bit of a comeback after being lambasted, especially yesterday. Culper. Now, Wells Fargo trying to prop it up. Look at this. I mean, this is today, guys. This is not, something that happened a couple of weeks ago. So Wells Fargo maintaining beam coverage with overweight and a target of 75, down from a previous target of 105, mind you, but still a current price target of 75. We are an $18 stock. Okay, guys. So William will keep the room open till 3:30 today. Okay, not 4. So I'll probably take off at around 3, unless there are questions. I'll always stick around for questions if there are any. And William will keep the room open till 3:30. No big earnings plays, of course, Friday afternoons. Remember, wonder when Palo Alto releases. Remember all the conspiracy theories about this one. When does it release? Yeah, look at this. They're still releasing post market. November 16th post market. We were wondering, and that is probably a Friday. Let's see. No, this is a Thursday. Okay, well, the last time, okay, so the last time they released earnings, it was after hours on a Friday. And we were all wondering, why would a big company like this release after hours on a Friday? And so we're all thinking, if you want to be a bit of a conspiracy theorist, you'd say, well, you know what, they want to, because it wasn't, I don't think it was planned to be released Friday after hours. It was some other date, but they looked like they changed it. So, you sort of get to thinking, well, maybe that's some really bad news and they want people to forget about it by Monday, Whereas if they have bad news, the day before and the market's open the next day, people really remember it. Maybe that's what we were thinking anyway, but not even close. Because I think this might have been this day right here for that week. Anyway, it wasn't even close. They released and it was fine. Yeah, I don't like Casa. You know what? I don't like bank earnings at all. I don't like bank earnings at all. I think they're too boring. I think they track the market too much. So next week we'll start. We'll be finished with. I mean, we'll still have some of the regional banks, I'm sure, next week, but we'll start getting into what I call, well, non-bank companies next week. I think we'll start to see some more interesting moves, sort of like the SGH. SGH. This was an earnings play right here. This is not a bank, of course, and this was an earnings play. It just got absolutely hammered down, but you could have traded it during the day. I mean, KNX was not a bank, of course, but after the initial flurry, I mean, it's just doing nothing. Well, look at this one, this new scale, power lifetime low now, SMR. It's been moving down, down, down the last few days, every day. SMR now, a lifetime low, showing up on my option scanner. Anything now, just a word about the option scanner. I don't trade options, but as an intraday trader, of course, all I really care about, I want to find stocks that are behaving abnormally. So one of the great filters we've got is this relative volume filter. So when I look at SMR, 3.2, what does that mean? Relative volume. That means that this is not an exact formula, but over the last 10 days, up to 1:37 p.m. Okay, again, not an exact formula, but good enough. This is now trading 3 times what it is normally traded over the last 10 days up to this time of day. So that's abnormal. So there's one way to find abnormalities. And then this is another way. So when I look at SMR, it doesn't trade that many contracts. It's 1,657, but that's double normal, 216% of normal. That's 2 times normal. So this allows me sort of couple the relative volume with which just looks at volume and with option volume to try to find stocks that are really trading abnormally. So for instance, my filters in here has to be at least 500 contracts and 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. And typically during earnings season, we get a lot of the earnings plays in here because when a company releases earnings, that's typically when, either good or bad, you're going to, and if the stock is, if the company is optionable, you usually see an explosion in the option volume, the day they have earnings. So you'll probably see a lot more in here in the option scanner. Probably see a lot more option activity next week because of the lot of earnings, company releasing earnings. And this is it. I mean, the only alerts, these are it, guys, really, other than the momentum. But this is all we've had today so far in the normal option activity right there. This is on the 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown. That's it. And again, we'll see probably more next week on the breakout and the breakdowns because, again, when a company has earnings, that's usually when the relative volume explodes. And sometimes, you'll see a stock that, break out, make a new 10-day high or a new 10-day low when they have earnings. Now, why 10 days? I don't know. I had 20 before. You can try 5, you can try 10, you can try 20. Sort of hit upon 10 as being a bit of a sweet spot for me anyway. So, guys, I'm sort of cruising into this close today. I don't really see too much. I'm not that interested. Um, so, if you have any questions, good opportunity to ask questions if you have any. Okay, guys, so what is the market doing? So trying to recover a little bit. Can we can we actually get, well, I don't think we're going to get positive, but can we kind of at least hold this area and creep from this area? Or are we going to retest that 200-day moving average? All right. Is this maybe a topping play right here? CRNX coming into a high of 30.53 is the next high looking left. Maybe this is a topping play. You can see a lot of action right up in this area. This showed up in the bouncers toppers. So stock that has been moving higher and potentially is topping out. Potentially. What do you think, William? I know you like these. Relative volume is not great, only half normal, so there is that, but what's the spread like? Actually, spread's pretty good, 30-12, 30-17, and that's for the CRNX. Yeah, well, that'll be very close to the next high looking left, 30.47. The next high looking left is 30.53. Beam, just talking about Beam, guys. Well, I mean, it's obviously got room. 1829 was the alert right here on the option scanner, 1829. And you can see it's why it's showing up now because the option volume, Trevor, is 154%. It doesn't trade options, really not that many, only 718. Remember, my minimum in here has to be 500 contracts. So it's just kind of sneaking in as an option play. Okay. One day I'm going to write all these. There's a sliding bar scale. I never remember how to. I know Pepe knows. I know he knows. I don't think it's a new. Windows, man. Okay. Okay, there you go. So, okay, thank you, Pepe, again. So, click on Windows. and then check show profit continuum. Very fancy. Profit continuum. Okay, that's where it is. Michael D. Okay, and you'll get that sliding scale. I'm leaving this in here, guys. Just want to show you again what not to do. Now watch it turn around and go down to $70. I'll look like a star. Somebody, sat down and said, "We're going to call this the profit continuum." Let's see, what else would I call it? Running, I don't know, running total, running profit total. I don't know. Probably, I don't know. Okay, CRNX. Yeah, okay, real. I say I resurrected the bouncers toppers, and that's where I see this CRNX. William says he'll look at it around 30 47. I mean, the next high is 30.53. How many shares available? Lots of shares, 1.1 million at Interactive Brokers anyway, available to short. I mean, listen, guys, playing bounces and playing toppers, like toppers, this is a topper, trying to figure out, where a stock is topping out and may start to turn down, and the reverse, of course, trying to find a bounce where stock may bounce and start to move higher. Not easy. Probably one of the most difficult things, especially if you're new to trading. Because it's so new, probably none. Baba, just but I'll do a look. None at Interactive Brokers. Well, none at Interactive Brokers anyway. Okay, I mean none readily available. All right, now this is showing up on the bouncers. Okay, AVXL. All right, so CRNX, big break would be 30, of course. So here's where the alert happened at 3018. Now you can see it kept moving. It got up to what, 30, 38. Now it's back down to that 3018. So, as an example, if you wanted to, you take that short. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying, but if you wanted to, you take the short and put the stop at the high here and just see what happens. Well, let's just do it just for 300 shares. And just and put the stop at right up here. I'm not doing any money management, guys. I'm just just to demonstrate what you could do, 30, whatever, 30, 37, make it 30, 40. So we're saying $91. Just let's leave this in and let's see, get stopped out. But that's how you can do things, if you, especially if you're do not obey your stop. You don't obey your stop, you have a real tough time. Well, then you can automate it. You don't, I mean, this is using Brokerage Plus, but your broker, of course, will have a way you can do that. Just put your stop in. If you have a real tough time obeying your stop, any good trades today. I didn't have anything exceptional. I can only speak for myself, but I did not have anything exceptional. Short of Flex early on, did okay. Second short of Sedge, SEDG, did okay. But other than that, All right, guys. Well, I have to make, yeah, my sound toggle is, I do have my sound on. We're just not getting anything new. Well, this epic, certainly. I mean, what a break on the weekly chart. Is that a great week? EPIX had a very nice week. 24 times normal volume today. I think everybody's just kind of hanging on here to the SPY, wondering if this will hold and maybe start to recover a little bit, or do we eventually get another big giant red candle and wipe out that 200-day moving average? See what's happening with that flex. Yeah, so actually I should have flipped the script and gone long after I shorted it. Hard to predict that would happen though. See, the problem right now, I think with the CRNX is, the relative volume is only 6.66, so it's not really trading abnormally. Now, a lot of that might be skewed because of what happened these days over here, but still, so it's really not trading that abnormally in terms of volume. And look at the option volume today is only 58%, so it's not trading abnormally option wise. Meanwhile, Epix is having an epic run here, guys. EPIX is having a nice run here. Not a low float either. 42 million Canadian company. Are they out of my hometown, Vancouver? I thought so. Well, a little bit of a bounce here for AVXL for 519. So we had the alert at 519 and it basically bounced from there so far. A little bit of a bounce. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So what you're saying is that if I had Momo up, okay, I just create Momo as an example. I create it as long as I have it up for at least an hour before I accidentally exit out, it'll be saved. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. Now the only thing is, where do you find that backup folder? Here we go. So backups right here. Okay. See, something I've never looked at ever. Now, can't be right because nothing is showing up. Must be the wrong one. So must where executable is. What's interesting, it won't be here. Backups won't be here. Duolingo. Are you tempting me now? How ugly you've been today, but ugly, ugly. Still, here it is though. Documents, Trade Ideas Pro, backups, not here. Okay. Yeah, because mine is empty. Well, as long as it's not empty for other people, because I guess I've been very diligent about saving things all the time. So I've never had that issue. Okay, guys, CRNX getting closer to that 30 break. Yeah, it is strong today. I actually have that thumbnailed GME. I don't know why, but I'm sure there's no news on it. But it is strong today. Yeah, trying to get to yesterday's high. All right, guys, CRNX underneath 30. Right now, the bid ask 29.95, 30.02. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I mean, I think the relative volume is still, not just not good. for the CRNX. I don't know how dynamic this would be, even if it really takes out 30 for a bit. Look at Ozark, guys. OZK is still, well, it just went negative. It actually just went negative. I was going to say it's positive for the day, but it just went negative, and it's at the low of yesterday, probably. We're close. 35.27 is the low of yesterday, and if it takes that out, then 34.91 to me just doesn't have enough room. Between here and 35 doesn't have enough room to keep moving. All right, guys. Well, I'm just going to go over first of all, a couple of things to go over. I don't know how long this promo code is going to last, but this is a big 30% off. Okay. No idea how long it's going to last. Might only be tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. I just don't know. So, oops. Let me get to my home page. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and remember, that's the promo code to use. Because when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll see a promo for Barry 15 for 15. Obviously use over the target 30. I'm sorry, over the target, and you'll get 30% off, okay? And that'll be off your first month only or the entire year of a Trade Edit subscription. So if you currently have a monthly subscription, you can take it and you thought about maybe getting a yearly. And the reason for a yearly, obviously, is that your per month cost is lower. So if you've got the cash hanging around, it's not a bad idea, I guess, because your per month cost would be lower. Get started. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this. And I'm just going to show it to you again because I'm going to go over the test drive. If you're going to take the test drive, at least do this, okay? Have some knowledge of trade ideas before you take the test drive. I mean, we get emails that you cannot believe. People take the test drive and say, "Well, I don't know what I signed up for. What is this?" I mean, come on. I know it's only $11.11, so it's throwaway money, but take it somewhat seriously. So there's that, and then again, if you're new to trading, a lot of people who are taking the test drive might even be new to trading also. So Trading 101, a series of videos that can help you navigate through all the stuff about trading. Talk of the day video that I do. Sign up for that. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Big education section is here. So again, if you're going to take the test drive or you've just signed up, you might want to take a look at the user guide. You don't have to know everything in the user guide, but certainly alert windows, top list windows, if you want to take a look at stock racing, and then price alerts. Those are the ones I would concentrate on. So as always, if you are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. I mean, again, right now, over the target for 30%. Okay. Use that code. Don't use the Perry 15. And all I ask is if eventually, if you are, look at the SPY, guys, is what I'm afraid of. Big red candle forming. You're going to take out a subscription at some point in time, just use my promo code. Helps the room immensely, keeps the room free, okay? This is a free room, and the goal is always to keep it free. Oops, where am I? Okay, now if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, it's the middle section right here, my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing, okay? So if you save my homepage link, then you can, of course, take a look at my scans anytime and the education anytime. I'll tell you what, Stuart, I don't have an answer for that question, but this is what I would do is I'll give you the homepage link and you can start a chat with somebody. Like most companies, anybody wants to extend a subscription, all you can do is ask the question. So, question in our YouTube room is, can I lock in now, even though my first year subscription does not expire until January 2024? So, if you click on the homepage link, need help? Okay, so just click on that and ask and say, hey, here's my email address. This is my account. I'd like to take advantage of the 30%. Can I? See what they say, okay? I have no control over the accounting, but like most companies, though, you would think, I mean, again, I don't quote me, okay, but you'd think that, okay, anybody who wants to start and expand it right now, I'm sure that they'll probably do something for you, but don't quote me. Please don't quote me. I'm not involved in accounting. Yeah. Spy not feeling well is right, Katie. Let's just wrap this up now. Get rid of this miserable week, miserable month. October has not been good. September wasn't good. October hasn't been good. Yeah, historically, October is not usually this bad, but even though we've had the two biggest crashes in history, 29 and what, 87, but yeah, typically October is not this bad, but no way, Paul, we'll start a GoFundMe for you, okay? So you can hang around. I can't even get excited about trying to short this thing, this CRNX. All right, Geo, this is another potential topper, I guess. Geo, another potential topper. The alert happened at 8:59. That's it. That's kind of where it stalled. Okay. Ah, MYNA just halted and then resumed. MYNA. Yeah, how ugly is this? Not very much volume, only 26,000. My minimum in the halts resumes is 20, so, but hardly any volume at all. Well, I'm looking at our internal Slack and it's just dead also. Nothing. Nobody's talking about anything. Well, I'm kind of, maybe watching that CRNX, just hanging around 30 still. All right, guys. Well, listen, again, any questions? Try to keep my interest here, but any questions that'll help? I'm just, if I could, I would just shut myself down right now and just leave. Yeah, I'm not going to dispute that, PJ. I've always felt for the last since doing this since 2015, like this, showing my screen live on the mic. It's been a great great experience. I'm sorry, it wasn't PJ, it was Poe. What are my thoughts on the multiverse theory? I don't know if that's a real question, Marty. Yeah, I know it's not. Oh, I do remember watching that series Fringe. That was kind of I actually enjoyed that series Fringe, which is all about the multiverse. Man, oh man, guys, this is really like slow as, well, cliche molasses. It is. Yep. I left myself open, Marty. You're right. Excellent. Okay. Good timing, Rob. Great timing. Yeah, again, I have no idea how long that's going to last. That was just kind of a real classic flash promo. We don't normally go 30% off. Remember TPST. No shorts available for me for this one now. There were earlier, not today necessarily, but earlier. But I got another one that just giving it up. Yeah, so I'm not really good at bearer flags and bull flags. Okay, so but on the daily though, meta, yeah, I not good. Somebody else he is asked, Marty, does meta look like a bear flag breakdown? On what, the 15 or the daily or the weekly or what? What time frame? 5 minute. Still don't know. All I see here is that if it this is a green bar ignored, maybe if this red bar gets down below here. But you see, for me, I mean, I just look at this and it's not a pattern I can trade. So I'm the wrong person to ask. So the question is, guys, from our Marty in our YouTube room, is Meta on a 15 or a 5? Is it looking like a bear flag breakdown? So Ori says no flag to see. There's one opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I don't draw. Look at this market, guys. Oh man, is it going to take? Well, why not? Might as well be fatalistic. Create the price alert right at the low of the day. So Michael is saying a daily bull flag for Meta. Okay, guys, maybe less than 30 minutes for me, okay? Maybe less. It's 2:30 right now. William will keep the room open till 3:30, the main room. What I'll do right now for those of you in YouTube, I'll put the main room link if you do want to head over while I pack it up. Head out. Yeah, my 15-foot commute. Victoria's Secret, haven't seen it at all. No. And you know why. I'm sure you're gonna know why. Haven't seen it at all though. Victoria's Secret, VSCO. Yeah, I mean the same thing, just the relative volume is just not high enough. But I mean, great, yeah, great move. Great move all day long. But that relative volume, it's not high enough for me to see it in most of my scans that have at least 3 minimum. But this has been, yeah, I mean, excellent. I mean, the fact that it has just been doing its own thing all day long when the market has been, chopping around, well, mainly down, but yeah, I mean, this has been an awesome play. I did read something about it yesterday saying that they're going to return to their sexy roots as opposed to try to be inclusive. I guess that's the word. Returns to sexy roots after inclusive branding fails to boost sales. So that's what I think I read that yesterday, October 19th. Yeah, I read that yesterday. Should have remembered. Don't read anything into that reel. So the last alert we had for momentum was at 2:02, a half an hour ago. Did have this Ozark. Ah, we just got another one here. Triple U, triple U. This has been, but I just can't get my head around it. I mean, there's too much, just too much of this. WPC. Take a look at WPC from Katie. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this is the one that had just a massive drop. But man, I mean, look at it. Shopping, I mean, relative volume is only 0.64. So what are you seeing? What do you think you're seeing? Who's HUSA showing up? It's too late for me to do anything, guys, but I mean, just showing up here now. Option scanner. So yeah, somebody said that Finger is another one of these companies going to chase the short sellers. All right, FNGR. Well, well, okay, one firm. Okay, who are they against? Capybara. Don't think I've seen these guys. Do not think I've seen these guys before. Well, the CRNX has been just inching its way down now. You know what is coming off the lows here, guys, or a bit of consolidation is this SMX. So I mean, if you're into something like this, I mean, there's some volume coming into SMX. Next high looking left is 227 or so, 230 maybe, 227. So if you're desperate, it's just gone positive now, just above the close of yesterday. Come on. All right, CRNX inching its way down. TCJH. TCJH, so a big day today. Didn't see this at all until right now. Yeah, didn't see this at all today. TCJH, I don't know why exactly. The relative volume, well, again, my minimum is 3 in most of my scans, so it's 3.5 now, and that's because of this volume that came in right there. So that is a reason, I guess. I think this was a SPAC. I think this turned into a SPAC, pretty sure. This was a SPAC, and then it became TC just based on the price of 10. And then, yeah, just cratered. Can you short with swing trading? Yes, you can. I mean, you're going to have, enough margin, of course, or if you don't use margin, but yeah, I mean, so the simple answer is yes, you can short swing trading. I'm not sure I would, but what was it, an IPO? So it wasn't a SPAC. So it actually did okay. I mean, it got up, it was an IPO at 4, so it actually did not badly. Got up to 10. I mean, it's probably a little more, well, it's a lot more risky, I guess, swinging short. If you go long something, let's say you buy, 5,000 shares of a $2 stock, it goes to zero. Well, there's your loss, $10,000. Okay. You short 5,000 shares of a $2 stock. In theory, you don't know what your loss could be if it gapped up. Well, you do, and they'd be asking you for money. So I probably wouldn't. I mean, if you have to ask the question, I probably wouldn't short swing. Okay. So even though you theoretically you can, I probably wouldn't. Depends what, of course. I mean, if it's a bigger name stock, it's not going to, even if it reverses on you, as long as it's not an earnings play. For instance, there could have been people shorting Netflix, into earnings, and I don't think they were very happy. So I would not short anything if earnings were coming up. I wouldn't go long anything if earnings were coming up. Because the fact that Netflix did this, they could have come up with, not great numbers, and it could have tanked. So Well, there you go. Afshin says he shorted Netflix, 200 shares, lost $18,000. Yeah, I mean, well, you shorted into earnings. So I mean, I never, I don't care if I go, I wouldn't go long, I wouldn't go short into earnings because you just don't know. Okay, guys, listen, I think I will pack this up. I mean, I'll stick around if there are any more questions, but William will keep the room open till 3:30. Again, I'll hang around if there are questions, but otherwise, I think I'll just pack this up for me. So I'll hang around for another minute or so to see if there are any questions, and I'll re-put the trading room link into the YouTube room if you want to head over there. Okay, guys, I do not see any questions. Well, what is next week going to bring? I don't know. Looks like we're going to take out that low here. Okay, guys, so have a great weekend and let's see what next week brings. So thank you, William. I'm going to mute myself now and the screen sharing will disappear. And now, YouTubers, I'm going to do the same for you guys.